first step in purchasing a home. They include information about the Commission's first mortgage programs, down payment assistance, and other loan programs. Call Summit Funding at 509-783-4593 to reserve a place in one of their classes or go online at wshfc.org. Presented by Summit Funding Incorporated, NMLS ID 102317, Equal Housing Lender. Jonas Rosenberg, NMLS 102317.
Is being brought to you by Sandy's Trophies. Boat race fans at Sandy's Trophies.
Oh my God!
You're making memories that last a lifetime. That's what we do. Sandy's Trophies, your water collies trophy sponsor. Sandy's Trophies, proud to support fallen soldiers, Northwest, and the Goodman family. We can do for you. Serving Tri-City since 1964. Be sure to stop by 800 West 12th Street in Pasco. Visit us at sandystrophies.com.
Y'all are starting up in 2 minutes.
Kids Zone activities featuring bouncy houses, swing night, face-painting, arts and crafts, and more. Brought to you by our friends at Be sure to come and have some fun at Kids Zone. Provided by also be sure to make my place your place. Official hotel 2022 HAPO Air Show and Columbia Cup. My place is the best place right here in Pasco, Washington.
We were all back over there.
And sponsoring our pit tours this year, we have ATI, the leading manufacturer of the titanium industry worldwide. Customer systems, fly higher, deeper systems, fly higher, deeper, and stand stronger and last longer. Anywhere, or abroad, ATI is truly now hiring. Be sure to swing by the ATI tent next to the headquarters for more information regarding their open position. The first 15 individuals to stop by their tent will receive a free booster button following entry to the pit tour. Also, Abadan, proud sponsor of the Tri-City Water Follies 56th running at the Columbia Park.
Broadcom, auxiliary 1152, over.
Abadan is celebrating 65 plus years supporting our community.
4152, PACCOM, Roger.
Broadcom, 1152, here for kids, step right in, go on, you can get the other guys.
4152, PACCOM, Roger, your car security. Good. I just wanted to let you guys know that we just secured the 1152 auxiliary boat on their car, and we are now assuming the 1158. Yep, 2 POV meeting. Awesome. Thank you, sir.
fine. Don't worry about it.
Still cam to go into the computer, SDI?
Yeah, use a capture card, yes.
Use capture card SDI?
These are different pictures.
We take you back to the mighty Columbia River as we continue our complete coverage of water volley 2022. Brought to you by Farmers Exchange. Here's Michael McDonald. Welcome back as we get ready for H1 Unlimited qualifying on the Columbia River. Weather forecast update thanks to Anderson and Zinsdale in South Kennewick. Right now sitting at 102 degrees at the Pasco Tri-Cities Airport with a light breeze out of the north and northwest at about 6 miles per hour. So it's not providing much of a cooling influence, but just by the riverside, Turkey mentioned this, it does provide a little bit of heat relief, at least in our mind. You know, I've never understood when meteorologists, weather forecasters, whatever, it feels like, number to wind chill. I think the feels like number for me is 96. Because I think it's good for about 6 degrees of separation at the Columbia breeze. Things are going to get picking up here, so I would encourage you to play hooky the rest of the Friday afternoon. If you can. Yeah, okay, you can. It can wait till Monday. Things are really going to start getting cooking here with gas real quick. So, let's head down to the Neil F. Lamson test, and just a reminder for those that are seeking heat relief in the river, when the boats come out of the pits, you need to be up on the shoreline, and that's both sides of the river, Pasco shoreline and Wade Park here at Columbia Park on the Kennewick side, and we expect that we will start to see boats heading out soon for this H1 qualifying session. So we know that Dave Vilwalk's crew is here, the radio guys are here, so they will be coming out pretty soon, I would think. And in testing this morning, I believe Mr. Vilwalk ran at 163.1. That's right, hop the proverbial ladder, even though it doesn't amount to anything other than just, okay, we'll see what we got here. That's a lot of speed in testing. So in your travels of making these calls as the day goes on, do speeds increase or decrease? Is it faster in the morning or the afternoon? Well, they're going to go to a pure qualifying setup. Okay, so you would expect that if they made the right moves, they would be able to get a little bit more. That being said, a 163 is, that's a really good spot. That's a good foundation to build on. Even if they came out and did just that again, that's a good foundation from a very, very good driver as well. Yeah, and still really yet to see what Jimmy Shane has of it in the home street. Right, that's what everybody's probably waiting to see. How we will go with qualifying, how it's going to turn out. The qualifying window is open, and the countdown is on with 2 hours and 23 minutes remaining in this qualifying session. So the real question is, who's going to come out first? Let's head down to our American radiator reporters, Brad Luce and Glenn Bobby. Hey, Michael, how are you doing? Really good. Good to hear you, Glenn. Hey, thank you. When I got done with the Tri-Cities morning news this morning, it wasn't quite hot enough, so I thought, I'll wait till afterwards before I show down here in the pits. Good timing. Yeah, my timing is impeccable as always. Yeah, we've got a couple of boats getting down here in the water off the flank, so I'm going to waddle on down to see what I can see. Awesome, and I would imagine Brad is down there as well. He is, but I don't see him right this moment. But he may be checking on the latest scuttle from around the boats. Remember Glenn's broadcast this morning, Tri-City Dust Devils, who have now become the Columbia River Columbia River Rooster Tails tonight out of Kansas Stadium. And what a great logo that they have developed for the baseball team for that effort. My only question, what took you so long? Well, this is the first time that they've had a series at home during the race weekend. Absolutely. They've always kind of avoided that, and they were in the short season, and they had more flexibility with the schedule in that respect. So this is a little bit different than the long season A ball that they have more games, and they had the opportunity to be at home. Absolutely. So it's all about the Rooster Tails this weekend on the Columbia and outdoor Duck Devil baseball. Oh, there's a familiar sound. Yeah. Shall we?
How about the U40, the Beacon Plumbing and Dave Vilwalk will be the first away. We do have, as Glenn was saying, he and I just swapped microphones real quick. Dave Vilwalk is on the water, had that lap this morning at 163
miles an hour. I heard you guys talking while I was walking down here about whether we're going to see faster speeds in the afternoon than we did in the morning. I agree they should be able to improve and maybe go faster during this run than they did in the morning, but when you factor in the temperature, that is a tough order on these turbine engines. They are rated their horsepower at sea level and 60 degrees Fahrenheit, and like I said this morning, I think we're north of 60 a bit, and there's some sort of a very informal calculation you can make that you start losing X number of horsepower per every 10 degrees of temperature. So you're going to probably see speeds a little slower. Now watch Dave go out and make a complete liar out of me. We'll see what he can do. He's at the top end. Michael McDonald, bring him across the line, put him on the clock. He'll go 3 times around this race course. They will look for his fastest of the 3 laps as his qualification run, and he'll get more than just this one run if he wants it, but put him on a clock, Mike.
Across the Mosteller start-finish line and down the front stretch, the 40 Beacon Plumbing with Dave Vilwalk. Dave heads into All Doors Incorporated turn number 1, Blue Bridge in the backdrop, and there's a lot of traffic up there on 395 southbound. Not much traffic on the course. Heading to Derrick in Tire Factory turn 2.
Oh, and he's cruising along just fine. One thing to take note of here, Mike, too, as he works his way down the Griggs back stretches, with these temperature rising, just how hot it's going to get in the cockpit for a lot of these guys. Yeah, there's not like an air conditioning unit.
No, there's not even an AM/FM stereo in there either.
Up into Shell Sun Market, turn number 3 to the Apex, and coming around now to White's Finished Furniture and Hardwoods, turn number 4. Our Buffalo Brothers fans in turn number 4, upstream from the start-finish line. Onto the front stretch, we'll get a first hot lap in qualifying for 2022 HAPO Columbia Cup with Dave Vilwalk across the Mosteller start-finish line now. Down the front stretch, and it's just the perfect solid ride. Not a whole lot of air under the boat. Now you start to see him put a little air under that right sponson, Brad.
Yep, that's exactly what it was. And he was flying the right sponson, getting a lot of speed, but he's got to set that boat down before he starts to turn left. He did it. He's already through the corner. Derrick, he's in and out and gone just that quick.
Yeah, just that quick indeed.
I'm hearing a 161.
161.33.
Man, he looks good.
So
this
solid.
Looks so good all year. Granted, we're just talking a couple of races, but at both test sessions, this boat just ran beautifully.
Nobody takes a corner like Dave Vilwalk.
On to the front stretch, and we'll pick him up at the Mosteller Memorial start-finish line, lap number 2. It's a 3-lap qualifying run for Dave Vilwalk in the Beacon Plumbing. Earlier today, 163.108. Lap number 1 was 161.33, and just waiting on lap number 2, 163.294.
Okay, forget that whole thing I said earlier. You knew he was going to go out and make a liar out of me. Good job, Dave. He is ripping up the backstretch. Boat just looks solid as a rock. Water conditions are perfect, and Dave is taking advantage of it.
And for the fans on both sides, what Brad was talking about earlier in the broadcast, catch the air just under the right sponson of these drivers. Dave Vilwalk is a perfect example. You can see just a little pocket of air. He is literally flying this boat across the water. It's so fun to watch.
Yeah, just the back of the transom and the propeller touching the water as he comes across start-finish now and completes the 3 laps. Again, so far the top lap, number 2, 163.294 miles per hour. We'll get lap number 3 here in just a minute from the H1 officials for the Beacon Plumbing 40 with Dave Vilwalk. And it looks like a 161.059. So lap number 2, Brad, 163.294 will be the fastest lap for Dave.
I'm looking here at down the dock at Glen Vaughan. We've got 2 more boats in the water. Glenn, I think that's the 91, the black and gold of the Goodman Real Estate. Behind them, I think, is the U9. Lynx Healthcare presents Miss Tri-Cities and J. Michael Kelly. And Glenn's having a bit of an issue there with his microphone.
We do have the word now that the traffic on southbound 395 is almost at a standstill on the Blue Bridge because of a crash. It's moving very slowly.
Yes.
Due to an accident there. It's our Bob's Burgers and Brew traffic watch. Alternate route might be a good idea.
Well, at the very least, if you're coming southbound on 395, get over into your leftbound lane. We've got a couple of big rigs that are able to get through there, but that right lane is parked.
Thanks, and glad. Did you get the microphone up and running?
I guess.
Well, good for you.
We'll see if I keep going.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Maybe I've got a career in this radio thing.
Maybe so.
I think you've
Probably
also
not.
got a career. Why don't you just come out and blatantly? First of all, I blew the call on the speed that Dave was going to run. I'm talking about all the higher temperature, and so he's not going to run as fast. He goes out and knocks that down, and then I can't make the mic work. I hand it to you. It works fine.
You know what? I think there's a bit of a lottery drawing coming up this weekend. Why don't you give me your numbers, and I'll pick other numbers.
Works.
Thanks for the reminder. I got to get my tickets. $1 billion. It's finally up to an amount that it gets my attention. $1 billion.
Seems acceptable for a $2 investment.
Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do here. We're going to find out just how far these mics will reach, because Dave has come back all the way down at the far end of the dock, and I'm getting pretty darn close to that end of the dock.
And Brad,
so far, it sounds like you're hearing me fine.
Brad, the other thing we want to do is talk a little bit about the changes that they did to the boat, and the sponson in particular. Because remember last year, it just seemed like a challenge. It was a handful just to get the boat to cooperate.
And you're talking about the 40, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, Dave, you give Dave a full off season, he's going to find a way to make this thing work, and he'll figure it out. There are some, for lack of a better term, there are some appendages. How about that on this boat that definitely are different than are on some of the others. At the trailing edge of the left side sponson, there is actually a kind of a little secondary wing there that is helping to control the airflow over the deck of the boat on the left side. There also is a, for lack of a better term, a spine right down the center of the cockpit itself and over the top of the cockpit to, again, just find that nice, even, quick way through the air when you start approaching some of these very, very quick speeds. Dave Vilwalk has come back. He has stepped off the boat. I'm going to find my way down here real quick, see if I can't get a word. Dave, first of all, thanks. You made a liar out of me because I'm thinking it's getting hotter. Maybe the speeds won't be quite as quick. The boat looked really good. You beat this morning's speed.
Well, we're trying to run fast, and, we'll see what happens. We'll take our best shot.
You're taking your best shot. Water looks really, really good.
Yeah, the water was good, that's for sure.
Well, we'll see you out second run, I assume?
Yep.
All right. Dave Vilwalk, Beacon Plumbing, go get out of that hot suit. He will do it and get something to drink. Quick word from Dave. He's hot. And one of the boats is spooling up. That is the 91. The 91 is spooling up. Jeff Bernard, the Goodman Real Estate. He is away from the dock. As the U9, I know I'm going to say U8 a couple of times here, but we'll try and get it right. The Lynx Healthcare presents the U9. The Miss Tri-Cities is in the water. J. Michael Kelly is aboard ship, but away from the dock, the U91. And this is a beautiful hydroplane. It is a black and gold hydroplane. We've seen this color scheme on boats in the past. I don't know that any of them ever looked as good or perhaps better than this one. It is a beauty. Black deck, gold cowling. Derek, he's coming right to you. This is a former Miss Madison. This is the third winningest hull in the history of H1 Unlimited Racing.
Oh, sleek indeed. They got good boats, good hydroplanes that come out of Madison, and then good drivers that come out of Washington.
Isn't this the boat that won 2 of the 4 races it was in last year? San Diego, Guntersville?
No.
I believe it won Madison.
The boat that won Guntersville and won San Diego is sitting right in front of me. It ran as the U8, the Miss Tri-Cities, but now it is running as the U9 Lynx Healthcare.
I got you. Thank you for that clarification. I was a little confused. Thank you.
It's easy to do. And then when you figure you got them straight, then they change the 8 to the 9.
Yes.
Yes. By the way, a couple of sidebar notes here as Jeff goes up to the top end of the race course. The 3, we were wondering about them when they didn't sound too good this morning. They apparently burnt a piston.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they pulled the motor out. Jeff comes down here to the lower end of the race course. I know you got him on a clock. Derek, he's right in front of you. I can finish this other thing on the other 2 boats in a minute. Take him through the corner.
Oh, yeah, and he is flying through that corner. Rooster Tail looking in full stride, racing off down the Griggs backstretch all the way, almost already halfway into Sun Pacific Energy, turn number 3.
Heading up that backstretch. Goodman Real Estate. Interesting story with the citizens of Madison, Indiana owning the boat. 2 boats now with the home street. Jimmy Shane. Jeff Bernard out of Covington comes out of the exit pin of White's Finished Furniture and Hardwoods, turn number 4 onto the front stretch. Doesn't look near as quick as Vilwalk did earlier across the Mosteller start-finish line, and we'll get a time on him as he heads down to All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1.
Yeah, here he comes into view. He is on lap number 2. I've always loved the boat ride on this hull, and you give the good boat ride to a guy named Jeff Bernard, he will make it go well. Let me quickly finish on this because we'll see the U3, although they would have already come out and had their turn at qualifying. They have passed on their first opportunity, and they are just putting a new engine in the boat. Like I said, they burnt the piston, so they have got that cleaned out. A new bullet is in the boat right now. They're getting it hooked up. They will probably come out a little bit later. Also an update on the U11. That boat, the Joker's Casino, they broke a motor mount. They are through for the day, just for the day. So they will not be coming out in the qualification session. Meanwhile, top end of the race course, U91, Jeff Bernard, Goodman Real Estate.
Yes, Brad, thank you very much for the All-City Transmission update. All-City Transmission dedicated to serving you with the very best in general auto repair and transmission care at affordable prices. Honest work, quality price, All-City Transmission.
I need to be up there.
Lap number 1 in the 91.
155.631 miles an hour. Good-looking boat. Like you said, though, just a little slower. Vilwalk just looked like he was a little bit quicker across the line.
No question. Lap number 2, real similar, 155.922.
Consistent.
Miles per hour. Very solid, but not fast. You know, and honestly, Brad, we've been talking about this, too. Who's willing to go in and do, I mean, you know you're going to qualify.
Right.
Who's willing to really go in there and do a complete change on the setup and maybe even the engine and so many different parts, so many components, just to come out and get a top qualifying speed?
Well, I would think the U1, the Miss Home Street. I would think the U8. Excuse me, I knew I was going to do that. I'll call it the U9. We'll get it right. I think they would. And I'm not trying to refute what you're saying, but there are points, as we started to talk earlier. There are points on the line right here, and there are boats that are in the middle of a national high points chase, and every point counts.
Yeah.
And we follow the high.
That came straight from Christabel Bernard.
Yep.
She ran right by, and you heard that little war whoop. That was Christabel. That would be the wife of Jeff Bernard as he comes back. 157 apparently on the speed.
157.759.
The 9 is in the water. J. Michael Kelly will come out. This is the one I'm really anxious to see because they've kind of been chasing their tails a little bit this year. After coming out of they came out like gangbusters last year at the beginning of the season, won that first race in Guntersville, came within a lap and a quarter of winning right here. They had damage to the boat and got passed by teammate Corey Peabody, but they've struggled a little bit at both the test sessions, and they didn't have their best days in Madison and Guntersville. They look good this morning. I'm anxious to see what Mike can come out and lay down. Also in the water right in front of me, U1, Miss Home Street. Jimmy Shane climbing aboard. So those will be the next 2 boats out on the water.
So far, Dave Vilwalk, top qualifier, 163.294. Jeff Bernard, 157.759 miles per hour. And so I guess we were seeing there, and you could kind of extrapolate this, Brad, that Dave Vilwalk wants to have an opportunity to gain those extra points, and he wants to be a part of the conversation for national high points, too.
He does,
yeah.
And there's also... There are some bragging rights involved. They're not going to sit at the hotel tonight and have that conversation, but they know they can send a message up and down pit row that, hey, Glenn Boggin, you're going to be down there. You want to take our Mr. Bernard when he steps out? I think he'll be pretty happy there with that 157. But there is a message to be sent up and down the pit row that, hey, we were faster than you are, so when we get together, look out, because I know I've got it, and so do you.
Well, Dave has something to fight for. He had the course record here in qualifying.
What is that number?
170 and change from 99, wasn't it, Brad?
I think that's right. It's I know you've got a sheet up there with some of those records on there.
Yeah, 170, 170.471, 1999.
We have to put a little bit of an
asterisk on that, yes.
It. And we have to put an asterisk by it because that was before we went to fuel restrictions, fuel flow restrictions.
That one was truly unlimited.
Oh, boy, it was as far as, yes.
Uh-huh.
Man, oh, man, they were fast. So our Glenn Vaughan is standing on a dock right above the beautiful black and gold Goodman real estate. He'll catch Jeff as soon as he steps off. Wife Christabel is there with the hat and the obligatory bottle of water. Glenn, take it away.
Yeah, we're sitting here with Jeff. I'm going to let him drink some water because with temperatures at 105, getting some water is a little more important than talking to me right now. So, and as we're waiting, you can hear the U9 getting ready to push away from the dock.
Lynx Healthcare, J. Michael Kelly. Strong Racing out of the Tri-Cities. Darrell Strong, team owner.
All right, Michael. We're sitting here with Jeff Bernard. Jeff, 157, how are you feeling after that?
Pretty good. Felt like that was a solid qualifying lap. We just need to get a little bit more speed. Made some adjustments in the cockpit and with the front canard there from testing. We were at the 155 mark earlier. Picked up a couple miles an hour. Still need to find a little bit more. I felt that I did everything that they wanted me to do, so we'll go look at some data. Hopefully we can turn up fuel or something with it getting this hot. I don't know, where we're going to be at fuel, but.
Speaking of the heat, it's about 104 out here right now. The water's pretty flat. How would you describe the conditions for yourself?
They're perfect. The water's perfect. It's hot, but it's not as hot as I thought it was going to be. Guntersville and Madison for me was way hotter, especially driving two boats. And today's been pretty good, but we've been able to stay cool in the shade and air conditioning. I'm sure tomorrow, once we get to running heats in both boats, it's going to get tougher as the weekend goes on. But I got faith in the Miss Madison Racing team to find some more speed and go out again, hopefully, and put this Goodman real estate up in qualifying as high as we can get it.
All right, Jeff, I'm going to let you go find some shade and look at some data. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Jeff Bernard.
And there you have it, guys. He makes the comment and put this thing as high as we possibly can on the qualifying ladder. So there's your answer right there. Everybody wants to come out and go fast.
Yeah, and they're still searching. And the weather conditions obviously change up what they adjust and how much they can adjust it. Off the exit pin, turn number 4 onto the front stretch. J. Michael Kelly.
I think it's a good-looking lap.
Lynx Healthcare, Miss Tri-Cities.
Be interesting to see what the clock says on this.
Visually,
like a pretty good run.
Yeah, visually, it just looks quicker.
It does.
Than Jeff Bernard did. Real similar to a Vilwalk run, and we're still waiting on that lap speed as he heads into Tire Factory, turn number 2, Derek Maselli.
Yeah, he's really lifting that right sponson there, Mike. Again, looking pretty good. Passing the eyeball test at least. I expect we should see some pretty good results here through this qualifying. As you mentioned, that's exactly what they're trying to do.
I'm hearing a 157.
157.328 for JMK in the 9. Into Sun Market, turn number 3. Up to turn number 4 for White's Furniture. Finished Furniture and Hardwoods onto the front stretch.
A little wider on this turn, but still carried a lot of boat speed.
Well, you find that spot where you can have the most momentum and you don't have to lift out maybe as much on the turn and get a faster speed. Again, lap number 1, a 157.328 miles an hour as he heads into All Doors Incorporated to turn number 1.
And And he's through that corner very quickly and already on his way up the backstreets. I know they would be very pleased if they could sniff and cross that 160 barrier.
Well, they're getting close. 158.102 on lap number 2. That's a 158.1.
All right, they're stepping closer. You've got him up at the top end. He hangs it on the hook there. That big wall of water off that left side skid fin.
At the apex and into turn number 4 at the exit bin. Much tighter turn around the top end of the course that time for J. Michael Kelly. Onto the front stretch and across the Mosteller start-finish line. 3 laps in the books in this qualifying session, and we'll get lap number 3. Again, his fast lap number 2, at 158.102 miles per hour. Backs off the throttle and heads back down to our only turn number 5 on the course, and that is the only right-hand turn, and that takes you back to the Neil F. Lamson pits. Turn number 5 brought to you by Summit Funding.
Got a 159.371 for lap number 3, so increase the boat speed over the course of the 3 laps. Well done, Mr. Kelly.
And that's exactly what they're looking for, isn't it, Brad?
It is. You want to improve. You want to improve every time you go out. I know that I think Dave's run was really, really impressive because there is a whole lot to that high temperature thing and losing horsepower, and that makes that run even look stronger. And so I think this one at 159, when he had a 160 or 161 or 2 that he did earlier when it was, probably 15 degrees cooler, that's a big deal. Mike's going to drift it back into the dock. He's going to come into the dock behind Jimmy Shane. Mr. Shane will be up next. Our Glenn Boggin is ahead of me going down the dock, so he is going to go down and find young J. Michael Kelly.
Just a reminder for those that are enjoying the cool, refreshing Columbia River, you need to be up on the shoreline when the hydroplanes are out of the Neil F. Lamson dock area and the pit area and on the race course. All swimmers need to be up on the shore.
Michael, you were talking about how they just want to continually improve here during this testing and qualifying. That goes on all weekend. When you really want your best combination comes about 4:15 on Sunday afternoon when they put the big trophy on display and the winner gets it who wins the final heat. That's when you want to really rock and roll. And if you go back the last 2 years here on the Columbia River at the Columbia Cup, the overall and eventual winner of the Columbia Cup has not won a preliminary heat on Saturday or Sunday. The only heat they won the entire weekend has been the final heat. That's been the last 2 winners here. So you can't count anybody out, and it's constantly improving.
Well, and that's what we had a chance to see J. Michael Kelly do. And really, that last lap, and Kurt, you mentioned lap number 2, he was out a little bit wider.
A little wide, but he was still carrying the boat speed.
No doubt about it, but it's still going to cost you a little bit of time.
Right.
On that clock. So moving to the inside of just a darn near perfect turn, holding that buoy line through.
Hey, Michael.
Go ahead, Glenn.
Sorry to interrupt you. We're sitting here with J. Michael Kelly. 159 is what I've got for you. How do you feel about that?
Happy. I mean, well, the first couple races, we're low 150s. The guys have been working really hard. We knew we had a fast race boat coming into this. We just needed to do a few things when we got back to the race shop, and the guys have been working pretty hard. So all in all, extremely happy with these guys and getting this 9-boat Miss Tri-Cities Health Link System Healthcare, or Links Healthcare, Northway. A lot of new sponsors on this boat for me, representing the 9. Super excited. This weekend we were total team effort for all of us right now.
Talk to us. What does it mean for you and your crew that your first lap was good, your second lap was faster, your third lap was faster? Baby steps, but at least steps.
Yeah, just finding the right line, building that momentum. It's always nicer to go faster, but I'm extremely pleased with that, and we can build off of that. We'll go back to the truck and look at the data and just see what we can do. The guys won't stop, and they'll continue to work hard to give me a faster boat.
I know it's the topic on everybody's mind, the heat. How's that impacting you?
Right now, it's not too bad. We haven't ran a heat race, though, so you have to ask us after we run a heat race. I got a nice cool vest that I'm going to try tomorrow, see how that feels, make sure I'm strapped in good and safe, but I think that'll help out a ton. But it's going to be super hot, especially once we start running heats against each other.
J. Michael Kelly, thanks so much for the time.
Thank you.
Again, in qualifying so far, Dave Vilwalk, the leading qualifier in the 40, Beacon Plumbing, 163.294. J. Michael Kelly, Lynx Healthcare, Miss Tri-Cities, 9, 159.371. Jeff Bernard in the Goodman Real Estate, 91, 157.759 miles per hour. And cue the music, the dramatic music. Out on the course is the U1 Home Street Bank with Jimmy Shane.
Dun-na-na.
Thank you,
Dun-na-na. Dun-na-na. I got a quick question. Say you find a really good setup, and you're like, okay, I got it dialed in. Do you keep that, or do you keep tweaking with it, knowing you can come back to it, always trying to find something better?
I think it's hard for the crews to not want to try to continue to improve.
So, but can you? How tough is it to go back to
but
what
you
you
can go
had?
backwards so easy.
Okay.
You know, I think you bring up a really good point. Is anybody going to be willing to stand pat?
This guy looks fast, man. This is fun.
Yeah, this guy's really fast.
This guy's fast.
Jimmy Shane down the front street. Watch at the exit pin of Tire Factory turn number 2. He just does not lose any speed. Visually, it doesn't look like he gets bogged down. It's one of the best handling boats in the corner.
Oh, certainly. He's got a great handling boat and a great driver. But as we know, Jimmy Shane at times, though, this team, including if that U91 Goodman Real Estate boat, this team, the team folks love to beat. At times, though, Jimmy Shane and Ms. Home Street have been their own worst enemies with their penalties.
Reminder, be listening later today on News Radio 610 KONA after we wrap up with the Dash for Cash just after 5 p.m. It's the Gravis Law wrap-up show, the Rooster Tail wrap-up on News Radio 610 KONA with highlights, interview clips, and more with Frank Cooper back in the News Radio 610 KONA Legends Casino studio. That couldn't have been any closer to the exit pin of turn 4.
Nobody hugged the buoy quite like Mr. Shane on that one. It'd be interesting to see. Coming down to you, Brad.
And he just then pops into view. When you said that, the boat is really moving. Walking back and forth a little bit on the sponsons, but not very much. You don't want to do too much of that. And he's already apexing in front of Derek. Send him down the back chute.
Oh, looking really good down the Griggs back stretch here, but that's exactly what you expect out of the 2021 National High Point finish team. Again, between him and that U91 boat, this is a quality team that puts a lot of thought and effort into this, and Jimmy Shane right now just really proving that he knows how to handle that boat.
It is a amazing sight to see him dive into turn number 3, Shell Sun Market, and then come around the White's Finished Furniture and Hardwoods exit pin at turn 4 and onto the front stretch. First lap, 162.282. About a mile an hour short of Vilwalk, our top qualifier so far. Did he better that time on the second lap? We'll find out in a minute as he goes into All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1.
I like this boat ride down the front straightaway a lot better that time. He was not walking the sponsons. Remember, every time that sponson touches the water, that's drag. You want to pick it up and just barely skate it across the top of the water. I like that boat ride better.
Heading up the Griggs backstretch.
162.147 on lap number 2. 162.147.
Fell back by about a tenth and a half into Shell Sun Market, turn number 3, up to the apex. Boy, this looks like a really good turn up at the top end of the course with Rattlesnake Mountain in the background. To the exit pin at turn number 4 onto the front stretch. Jimmy Shane in the 1, Home Street. Little bit of sponson walk that you were talking about, Brad, as he comes across start-finish, the Mosteller Memorial start-finish line to complete lap number 3. So far, top lap 162.282. We're yet to get lap number 3, Brad.
You're going to like it. You're going to like that third lap speed.
Do tell if you know.
164.
Yes.
.039.
There it is. 164 miles an hour. There is your top qualifier so far on the water. And we have to emphasize on the water because the boats do have to go through tech inspection. They're looking at a couple of things. They're looking at fuel flow from the hydroplane and into the motor. They're also looking at the output shaft, the RPM of the output shaft. There are limits to how fast they can turn that. And that's called the N2. So they will take the black box, which isn't. It's orange, and the colorblind guy brought you that part. They'll take the orange box out of the boat. They'll take it up into the tech truck. They'll take a look at it. If he passes tech inspection, at least for the time being, a 164 will put him at the top of the ladder.
There is still an hour and 52 minutes remaining in our qualifying session.
Consistently, he had the best coming out of turn 4 out of all the drivers so far, by far. He was just hugging the buoy. It was great. Great line, great line.
There's not a better handling boat in the corners than the one. And of course, that's a full qualifying setup.
Sure.
Yep, so I'll walk down here and catch the young man originally out of Havre de Grace, Maryland. Lived in the Pacific Northwest for a while and now calls home in San Antonio, Texas. We'll talk to him about the heat down here. He probably got a little sweater in there with him, right?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Water and more water and sunscreen and shade.
You hear some people clapping down here, rightfully so.
As in,
kind of like having that low score in a golf course, and you just go in and be in the clubhouse and go ahead and post it.
So I guess the real question is, what is the talk about now in the U40 Beacon Plumbing Camp?
Go get him.
Yeah.
Go get him.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the technical discussion, I think.
What do we do now?
Well, that's the question we will throw at young Mr. Shane. You know, what do they do now? They just sit back and watch. I think they will prepare for yet another run.
Hey, Michael.
You got it, Glenn.
Hey, just a quick reminder as we're waiting for Jimmy Shane to get on the dock here and talk with Brad Luce. We're still seeing those slowdowns on southbound 395. So if you're going from Pasco into Kennewick like Michael recommended, if you can find another route on the Cable Bridge or maybe taking 182, that's going to be a good idea because the red and blue lights are still there, and I haven't seen any movement out of that right-hand lane.
Very good. And just a note from David Chick, who's listening. Let's see. Remind people that the Blue Bridge is not a viewing area.
Well, for about 4 cars right now, it is.
It's not a parking spot for the races. But again, be very cautious. Blue Bridge southbound, it's so difficult to not look over it if there's a boat on the course.
Especially with the rooster tail, your peripheral vision just...
Hey, Mike.
It draws you to it, Brad.
Let me jump in. We'll talk to have pretty good peripheral vision. They're talking about this little incident going on the bridge. You probably were unaware of that as you were touring the 2.5-mile Aqua Oval at a $1.64. You got to be pleased.
Oh, yeah. That was a heck of a run for the Miss Home Street. We had a little bit of work to do after this morning. We didn't have the speed that we had back in the testing session back here in early June. And so a lot of it has to do with the heat, the extra temperature, but we knew that the boat still had a couple more mile an hour in it. So changed the setup, changed a little bit of the front canard on the boat after testing this morning, and we got there. I mean, we got to the 164. It's where we wanted to be testing. That's really unbelievable speeds for the weather right now here in Tri-Cities, but beautiful weekend here. It actually doesn't feel that bad coming from Texas.
We just had that conversation. I said I got to ask him if he's got a little sweater on underneath here.
No. When I left Texas, it was 109, so I feel like I'm at home this weekend. Feels good. Maybe that gives me a little advantage being down in Texas for the last year over some of the drivers. I guess we'll find out as the weekend progresses.
We will indeed find out. Now, the guys were asking me on the broadcast as you were coming in. They said, well, what do these other drivers do now that you just walked into the clubhouse and put a 164 on the board? And I said, maybe the better question is, what do you do now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're going to look at the run. First of all, make sure everything was good with the run data-wise. I have no there why it shouldn't be clean and good data, but we'll look at it, make sure everything's good. We'll see if there's any little thing that we can tweak, and if we need to go back out and defend the speed, which it looks like there's 1 or 2 boats around those speeds as well. So we'll do what we have to do. We'll bring the boat back out, and we'll put it back on the water and try to lay down an even faster lap if we have to.
And there's not a lot of boats here, but the ones that are here are darn quick.
Oh, it's unbelievable. I mean, you're going to see, well, already I think 2 boats are over 160, and 2 are right there at the 160 range, and I don't know the last time that's happened. Even though we don't have quantity here this weekend, we definitely have quality.
We do indeed. It's going to be a good weekend of racing. Go get out of this, get some more water, and welcome back to the Northwest, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you. It was nice to fly back up here to Seattle and see some of my old stomping grounds, and looking forward to spending the week in Seattle next week. So good. Thank you.
Let's have some fun. Jimmy Shane, he's down in Texas. Like you said, it was 109 down there. So, hey, this is nice and cool.
Pretty similar conditions.
Yep, and here comes, man, a home street. It's just so doggone pretty when They lift it up out of the water. Now, remember, this is the colorblind guy saying this, who really can only see one color, and it's blue. And this is just so pretty. This boat just pops. The black trim on the blue and white. Looking at the bottom of the boat, you could almost say the boat was darn near brand new. It's just in perfect shape down there.
Well, they did a lot of work on that boat in the off-season, Brad.
They always do, and it's fun to talk to Jimmy Shane about that. He goes, I go, you guys did a lot of work in the off-season. He goes, I didn't do anything. So, but the crew sure
That's
did.
the team, yeah. But you're right. I mean, during the course of the season, there are so many dings and nicks and other things that happen to it. All these repairs start to add up, and the boat actually gets heavier.
It does. Hey, listen to this. I'm going to interrupt you for a sec. This is a bit of a surprise. I don't think this is on the schedule, but here we go. You might enjoy what you are about to hear. And Derek on the other side, you might want to just slip in an earplug here and there. This is going to be fun. The boat is big. It is gold, it's red and white, and it's Rolls-Royce Griffin power.
Right on cue. Looking to qualify for the HAPO Columbia Cup.
Why not?
I got a hunch my microphone picked that up just a little bit.
A little bit.
Wow. Derek, there you go. Right in front of you, the mighty juggernaut, the Miss Budweiser.
The 1980 Miss Budweiser.
There she is, no stranger to this course, a record setter in so many ways. And though the game is different in some ways, guys, it still seems more or less the same.
Great run up the Griggs Ace Hardware backstretch. Do we know who's in the cockpit, Brad?
Yes, it is David Williams.
It is from the
director of the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum is behind the wheel.
And for those that haven't been, it's a great stop, and it's amazing the work that they do restoring the boats for a chance so that we can witness them back on the river. So David Williams from the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum up at the top end of the course in the 1980 Miss Budweiser. And you mentioned the record setter, Derek Maselli, over in Tire Factory turn number 2. That Rolls-Royce Griffin, so dominant in the sport and so noisy as they come across the start-finish line here at the Brunsman's Memorial Barge. Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, this is really something special.
Didn't even lose a heat, I think it was, until the 6th race of that season, and again, nearly flawless ever since.
Yeah, this thing, and this is actually the second Miss Budweiser like this. This is the 1980 version. The 1979 version was launched in Madison, Indiana at the APBA Gold Cup, and the boat was big, the boat was loud, but you knew the boat had potential. They couldn't turn it. They'd get into the corner, and he just could not turn it. He'd end up in lane 20. And, of course, everybody could beat him and so forth, but it got better and better and better. And by the end of the year, they decided they would take it to Lake Washington and go for the world straightaway speed record, where Dean Chenoweth crashed the boat in excess of 220 miles an hour. This boat is the one they built to replace that.
By the way, just a note on our qualification so far, the boats have been cleared, the 40, 91, and 9 by H1, so passing inspection on the N2 violations. No word yet on Jimmy Shane.
Michael,
yep.
I had a Griffin in my lap at that point.
Sure.
Did we have some calls on N2s or something?
No. Everybody is cleared. Jimmy Shane, they're still analyzing data now.
Okay, but Dave Vilwalk speed was
good. Correct.
Perfect. I tell you, when David Williams brings the Griffin past you, it sounds like I got 6 boats coming down the front straightaway at me, and then only one shows up. That is impressive.
It's thundering.
Well, and there you go. You walked right into the Thunderboats. And this is where they came from.
Yeah, what would be awesome is if they were showing us speeds, just to get an idea how fast he's going out there, because this is a pretty competitive run.
You know, there's something about the look of that boat, though. It may be 1980. That may be 42 years old. That still looks divine.
Yep. One of the fan favorites, and right smack dab in the middle of the H1 Unlimited qualifying. Here comes the 80 Budweiser, just to shake things up a little bit.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to see when the boat is out on the course like this and running around. But if you get up close to the boat in the pit area, when this boat was designed and built, the fuselage, if you will, or the center section of the boat where the engine well is and the canopy and cowling and all that, it is off center to the left markedly. If you come through the pit area on a pit tour or get a pit pass and come down, look at this boat straight on and you will see everything offset to the right-hand side of the left-hand side of the boat.
Why is that?
Keep that weight on the inside of the boat, help get it through the corner. Put more weight on that skid fin. Here comes David Williams. And for those of us, I say this every year, so just let me do it. For those of us of a certain vintage, oh man, does this bring it back. Yeah, we'll chat with David when he gets out. This boat is just something special.
Hey, he's also got a new book project out there. And, we've got some speeds. Budweiser 109.3 and a 105.670 miles per hour. Budweiser
Really?
speed. Yep.
U1 still got it.
Those
Still
are good.
got it.
Those are good.
Really good.
Yeah, I think he's qualified to be in the first heat draw.
When did the off-center with the weight, when did that go out of vogue?
I'm checking this. Are you sure on that 109? I'm getting a lot of funny stares down here.
I just got it from Tandem.
That's what they told you. We'll take it, a 109. That sounds good to me. They're kind of excited. I said that just as the crew was walking by me to catch the boat. And they went, whoa, what?
Looks like the GP20 is going to be our next boat out. The Trust Company, Ed Preston. Miss Jago Holmes with Ed Preston. Blown Income Racing. And remember, this is the boat that had a truly disastrous fire in San Diego. And Ed is just getting it back out on the water.
Yeah, this morning was the first time they've run the boat since that fire in San Diego, and it was an unknown piece. And I know they were anxious to, check the big boxes, put it in the water, get it out, run it, bring it back, all under its own power. They did that. Now they'll start fine-tuning this thing. And I'm standing right above the mighty Budweiser. U1. And that mighty Griffin engine as David Williams is on the back of the boat. When this thing came out, this boat was basically put together to do nothing but beat Bill Muncie's Blue Blaster. Bernie was going to do it. Everything about this program was big. Big motor, big boat, big truck, big trailer. Everything was big about this entire program. As David Williams gets a big smooch from his wife here. But yes, now David wants to hear that I'm being told it was a $1.09.
Oh, I was going for $1.18. I guess I backed off.
You got to keep your foot in that thing. David, it looked like you were having a blast.
I'll give you a secret, but don't put this on the radio.
Oh, we're not. Nobody's listening.
Before I go out, Eric Mann says, keep an eye on the ADI. If the ADI blinks, you're okay. If it comes on solid, you need to back off. So about that first lap, I saw the ADI comes on solid. So just moved my hand on the steering wheel so the GoPro won't pick it up. So it was perfect.
Right in front of the crew chief, he's telling me this.
Yeah, this is right in front of the crew chief, guys.
He was great. That is just one of the coolest boats I've ever driven.
Well, I want to tell you a little story because a number of years ago, and I relayed this a little earlier, but I want you to talk about it. A number of years ago, the guys on 610 KONA said, Brad, you've been to so many of these races. What's the greatest race you ever saw? And I'm going, they had me stopped. And some reason that 81 race just jumped into my mind. And I said, you had on the final lap of the final, he had 3 different boats take the lead. And that was Chenoweth, and it was Hanauer, and it was Muncie. And it didn't get much better. Mix in the Winged Wonder into that thing. All 4 of those boats are here. So
yeah, we got those boats.
We're looking for a replay.
We will have some fun. We're going to go out later today, 425 for the Dash for Cash Vintage, and it's going to be very, very cool. And we're playing. I mean, 109 is respectable. That boat is a heck of a lot faster than that. I mean, I was coming out of the corners, 85, going in the corners 125, 130. So it's an awesome, awesome machine. And I could probably come in about a 120 lap in that, but I would have to walk home and sell half of everything I own, because I don't think my very patient and loving and forgiving wife would forgive that.
She probably would not. So I'm going to let you go up and get out of this hot stuff. But one thing before you do, I think I speak for all boat racing fans here in the Tri-Cities and all across the country and the world watching on the live stream. Thank you for bringing your toys over here. They're a hit every time.
Thank you. Thank Tri-Cities for giving us a place to play with our toys. These are really cute sitting in the shop, but it's only when we can bring them out and kind of unleash them and let them run a little bit that people understand why we fell in love with this crazy sport to begin with.
And this is the first time I have seen the Squire shop. Awesome job.
Isn't she beautiful? Wait till you see all 4 of them tomorrow.
I'm ready to go.
Later today.
All right, well, go get her done. We'll see you later on. David Williams, the executive director of the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum. And I know when he talks about that, that's all he's doing. He's just coming out and playing with his toys.
That was a pretty good job of driving out there.
Yeah.
On the other hand, we've been watching some timing runs with Ed Preston, and he's been trying to work the kinks out of this GP20. Trust Company presents Miss Jago Homes. And it looks like Jimmy Shane and the Home Street, top qualifier so far, has cleared the H1 Unlimited inspection, passing no violations on his 164.039. So all 4 of our qualifying speeds will stand. No problems through inspection.
So
good news.
When it comes to those 2 different things you're talking about, the N2 violations and the different things that go through inspections, does the driver ever have any idea whether he or she has violated any of those in real time?
Yeah, they do. If our fans go on, watch some of the race reruns and the race replays and listen to some of the discussion that goes on between the crew chief, the radio man, and the driver when the boat is running. And you'll hear a lot of conversation about watch the lights, watch the lights. They do get an indicator light if they're exceeding, say, the N2 output shaft. If they exceed it, they do get an indicator light. And they know they can only do that for a minimum of something under 3 seconds, and that's their opportunity to pull the foot just a hair and drop that back down.
So you're constantly going to that tipping point, but just never going over.
That's exactly what it is. Yes, please.
And Brad,
yes.
Anybody else headed out of the Neil F. Lamson pits at this point?
There's nothing going on H1 Unlimited-wise, I don't think.
Okay.
And the Griffin's going back up, I think. Let me walk down here.
Okay. Just a reminder, all today's action on the wrap-up show, Rooster Tail Wrap-Up, coming up after our Dash for Cash, thanks to Gravis Law Personal Injury Attorneys. If you've been in an accident, call Gravis Law to find out what kind of compensation you are entitled to. Gravis Law understands and cares and makes it uncomplicated for you. Gravis Law Rooster Tail Wrap-Up coming up later today on 610 KLNA and 610KLNA.com.
It's pretty quiet down here in the unlimited pit area.
Excellent.
I'd say the most activity on any boat is the U3 that Griggs presents Ace Hardware. The brain trust of Ed Cooper and Ed Cooper Jr.
They're putting in a different engine?
The new engine, a new bullet is in.
Yeah.
And
they said they brought 4.
They did. I saw them.
So they're down 1.
They're down 1. They burned a piston, but the crane is hanging right over the boat. There's no sling on it, but there is a crane. There's a couple of guys working on the beacon plumbing, but not much going on. It's pretty quiet aboard the Home Street. They're still waiting for the motor mount to get set, and we know that's not going to happen before the end of the day on the U11, the Joker's Casino. So unfortunately, we won't see Jamie Nielsen. And if our friends and fans are worried about the Joker's Casino not being able to race because they will not qualify, this is the only opportunity is during this session. They can take what is called a commissioner's option, and you can only get, I think it's 2 of them during the season.
but that is when the commissioner looks at everything and says, yeah, we know that boat can turn laps north of 130 miles an hour. We're sorry about what happened to it, but we know you can run. We're going to let you race with everybody else on equal footing with everybody with what we call a commissioner's option. So that's what Scott and Shannon Rainey will take with the Joker's Casino.
Also, Brad, getting word now that the 164.039 for Jimmy Shane in the 1 home street will also become a new fuel-restricted lap best qualifying time here in Tri-Cities. Yeah, the previous was 2010 with Dave Vilwalk at 163.579.
Okay.
So a new course record in qualifying has been set by Jimmy Shane.
Record-setting day.
That is a record. Oh, here's a good sound for you. How about this one? You got that in my, you picked that up off my mic?
I'm not sure what it was. Oh, there we go.
It's called the Griggs Ace Hardware.
Well, good.
And
so they're up on the trailer and they've got the new engine in.
Sounds good to me. Put her in the creek, boys. Let's go.
It sounded better than the first time they were out on the river.
Yes, it did.
You could just tell something was amiss. Special thanks on our broadcast to the Educated Cigar, stocking 600 different cigars, including everyone rated 95 and higher by Cigar Aficionado since 2010. Located inside the Atomic Bowl and Jokers Complex in Richland, open 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and educatedcigar.com.
Thanks so much. Also, Freedom Equipment Rentals, truly locally owned and operated in Pasco. They know the work doesn't stop at 5. They have the equipment to help you keep the job going. Freedom Equipment Rentals, let them give you the freedom to get the job done. That's freedomequipmentrentals.com.
Also, thanks to Ice Harbor at the Marina. Come on down by the river and enjoy your Ice Harbor favorites on tap, plus a full bar and expanded food lineup that has something for everyone and the best halibut fish and chips you can find anywhere. Seating indoors and outside on the patio, celebrating 15 years on Clover Island, Ice Harbor at the Marina.
Thanks also the Car Doctor and Marine, your trusted automotive, boat, and diesel mechanics at Car Doctor and Marine in Pasco. Get you back on the road and out on the water. Don't be on the wrong end of the tow line. Remember, can't be out on the water sipping bottles with models if your boat don't float. That's quality. Full service auto, diesel, and boat repair at the Car Doctor and Marine in Pasco and at A Street on 13th.
And thank you for our onshore transportation, Canyon Lakes Golf Course, with 2 golf carts here on the Columbia River shoreline in Columbia Park. Why play the rest when you can play the best? Great yearly and Twilight memberships now 50% off. Voted best Tri-Cities golf course 9 years in a row. Check out more at canyonlakesgolfcourse.com. Also thanks to True Value Washington Hardware. Yes, they are still open at 6 West Kennewick Avenue, Monday through Friday, 8:30 until 1. Same great customer service. The most unusual store with barbecues, patio items, hardware, and nearly everything you need for your home or garden. It's True Value Washington Hardware.
2022 Water Follies. 610 KONA. Great to be here. Still a chance for you to play hooky from work. Come on down and enjoy the festivities. It's all for free today, and I've lived by the motto 30 years on the broadcast watching Tri-Cities. If it's free, it's me.
Yeah, there you go.
So come on down, for God's sake.
Temperature at 104 degrees. Forecasted high 111 today, and we'll be in that same neighborhood tomorrow and Sunday with very light winds. There's a threat that we might get some unsettled air with a little bit of moisture popping up through Oregon, central Oregon, into our area Sunday late, and maybe a thunderstorm. We'll see if that happens. It's a really unlikely chance, but at least that signifies that weather will be changing and cooling down sometime by mid next week into the 90s. Weather updates on News Radio 610 KONA thanks to Anderson and Zentz Dental in South Kennewick. We'll take a time out. More of our coverage coming up. The HAPO Columbia Cup continues thanks to Farmers Exchange on News Radio 610 KONA and 610KONA.com.
Frank Kenny Toyota, lane 2 is Atlas Van Lines, lane 3 is Budweiser right now. Corner number 1, it's Atlas Van Lines on the inside with Bill Muncie. Atlas Van Lines followed by the Miss Budweiser, followed by Squire, then the Alberto, then the Frank Kenny Toyota, and then the Tempest. As they come off of corner number 2 the first time, and it's a 6-boat lead for Atlas Van Lines with Bill Muncie. But here comes Budweiser coming up in his rooster tail very quick. There's still about 4 boat lengths back. It's Atlas Van Lines down the back chute halfway down now. Lap number 1. Lap number 1. It's the Atlas Van Lines by now 7 boat lengths over Budweiser. Second, third is the Squire Shop. Fourth is Frank Kenny Toyota. Fifth is the Alberto. And 6th is the Tempest. As they come to the apex of corners number 3 and corner number 4, it's still Bill Muncie in the Atlas Van Lines, now has about a 7-boat length lead. We'll try to get the time difference as Atlas Van Lines coming off of corner number 4 to come on and complete lap number 1, followed by the Budweiser. Here they come as they come down and complete lap number 1. Here's the Atlas Van Lines. Here's the Budweiser. 3.5 second lead for Atlas Van Lines over the Budweiser. Squire's about 4 seconds behind them. And the Frank Petty Toyota, followed by the Obruno and the Tempest. That's the way to go. 137 miles an hour with Bill Muncie, Jim, and this is shades of deja vu from last year when he did just this trick. Right now he's coming out over. We'll have to get the official from upstairs, but on our clock, 137 plus for the Atlas Van Lines. Budweiser's starting to catch up now as Bill Muncie slowed down a little bit. Budweiser starting to pull up with him on the left chute. And now Atlas Van Lines gets it going together again, and now it's opened up about a 10-boat length lead over Budweiser with second. Third is the Squire. Fourth is the Frank Kenny Toyota, Miss Madison. Fifth is the Obruno, and sixth is the Tempest, and everybody's on lap number 2 now as they come around. Bill Muncie showing him the short way around the course of the Atlas Van Lines. What a surprise. Looks like he had some horsepower we did not know about. Bob Mashman, and he's going to give Dean Chenoweth a little run here, but it looks like Dean's got that locked up. Here, Scotty Pierce is very consistent. Hey, Milner has got those 13,000 on their feet. Another big payday for the Madison. All right, the Budweiser's gone by. Here's the Squire. Budweiser has gone by and Squire. They're all on the last lap, the top 3 boats. The other 2 boats have been lapped. Tempest has been lapped. Also, no, only the Tempest has been lapped. The Atlas Van Lines is going dead in the water. The Atlas Van Lines has just come off of corner number 2 and is blowing something. Atlas Van Lines with Bill Muncie is going to have a taste. A bitter defeat. And now the Budweiser goes by with a half a lap to go. Shades of Evansville 2 weeks ago when it was the Budweiser going dead in the water with a half a lap to go. But look, the Squire Shop is going to challenge the Budweiser. It's not over yet. We're going to have a drag race, Jim. We're going to have a drag race. Inside, Atlas Van Lines is dead. Colin Water and Chip Hanauer past the Budweiser. Jim, he's on the inside. Chip Hanauer is your leader. Is your leader. Bob Stiles happy. Chip Hanauer, your leader, Jim, as they come around. But here comes Dean Chenoweth on the outside. It's going to be a drag race. We'll have to call. Over corner number 4. Squire, Budweiser, Squire, Budweiser, side by side. They come on, take a loose. Hit the Squire. Now the Budweiser pulls up. They're almost side by side. The Squire is going to win. The Squire wins. Squire, Budweiser, that close. Squire, Budweiser, that close. There wasn't a half a second between them. The Squire is the winner. Budweiser second slowly. He'll have to settle for 6th place after leading and driving brilliantly. And could he maintain, we'd have had, no doubt, a record. We still may have a record. You know, Jim, I got to tell you, I had the binoculars on Bill, and when he came out front window, his hands just went up in the air like, oh my God, brought him down. But you know, Dean Chenoweth had him there, and that Chip Hanauer just put everything that Jerry Zubich and that Squire Shop had him.
Well, I didn't make a very good start, and I thought I could move up on Dean if I kept the pressure up. So we just kept the pressure on. I tried to hide behind his rooster tail so he wouldn't see us until the finish. And luckily, we snuck in there underneath him in the last corner and beat him in the line. Okay. How the hell is that going to run? I don't know. Acme stayed together all day long, and I just got the best crew and the best crew chief and Jerry Zubich and Dan Walters and Mr. Style, the owner. We're just a real solid team.
was amazing. There's no regrets. No regrets when I was getting home. Yeah, I think it's good food there. You take it, but haven't been there for a minute. Yeah. Got a fish school, I think, there that we'll be going to, so it'll be the first time. I've been to all the others. You have to get a waiver to take the surf. Yeah, they're doing school. I've been like applying for all of them.
Are you ready to hit home?
Yeah, so I've applied to all of because I think you only apply. From what my mom told me, you can only apply for the yes, resident basis. So it's like only 20. Yeah, because I had a last one. Yeah, that's closer. Yeah, I'll do it. But they were like, no, you can't. Less money to go there. Yeah. Luckily, we've got one local in March, coming up like next year, February or something, like a 7 year. It's pretty decent. It's less expensive. So I think
Then we're going to do, I wrote a 104 one. MST.
2 weeks after the ill-fated Gold Cup, Harris Tahoe Miss was still in winning form as Miroslavak won the British Columbia Cup, his second of 4 victories en route to the national high point title. The Columbia River was the site of the first Atomic Cup in 1966. A fleet of 11 boats made the field. The aging former Slow Motion 5 running as Miss Tri-Cities made the field with Bob Miller driving. The Gales Rooster Tail, hastily renamed Smirnoff to satisfy the team's sponsor agreement, became the focus of some controversy when she arrived in Washington State. The craft sported a Smirnoff vodka bottle decal on the tail fin. State liquor authorities informed the racing team that display of the vodka bottle on race day Sunday violated the state's blue law. Gale Camp improvised with a quick switch system that replaced the booze bottle with a bottle of A1 steak sauce, one of the sponsor's other products. The 4th Miss Budweiser, with Bill Brow back in the cockpit, delivered the first win ever for owner Bernie Little. After coming close in Kelowna, the Budweiser was the class of the fleet on the Columbia, as Bill Brow and a beaming Bernie Little accepted the 1966 Atomic Cup. The Bud triumphed over Smirnoff and Saver's Probe. The Harris Tahoe Miss may have finished 6th in the Atomic Cup, but Miroslavak was a winner with the fans, not so much for his racing, as for his thrilling aerobatic performance above the Columbia River between heats. In fact, Slovak frequently offered aerial demonstrations at various race sites in 1966. 2 weeks after the ill-fated Gold Cup, Harris Tahoe Miss was still in winning form as Miroslavak won the British Columbia.
And for those who might be wondering what we're talking about here, I'm going to go back to my homework assignment, guys. We're talking about the final heat of the 1981 Columbia Cup, where 3 different boats held the lead on the last lap of the final heat, and those 3 boats were driven by Chenoweth, Hanauer, and Mr. Muncie, and everybody has a homework assignment to go home and watch that particular video on YouTube. Sounds like you guys did. It was something to see.
Sure was. Parts 1 and 2. And didn't I hear that we're going to have sort of a redo of that when the vintage dash That's going to be something to see.
Yeah, David Williams was definitely alluding to it, so let's hope so.
Well, let's get an update from the pits, Brad. Do we see any motion from the 40 team? Will Dave Vilwalk come back? Qualifying is remaining open until, well, for another hour, 15 minutes.
Yeah, and we are going to see, I believe, Dave Vilwalk in the U40, but right now, I think next up, it's bright red. It's called the Terminator from time to time. It is in the water, and I'm going to be very honest with you. We took a break. I have come up here to the pit tower here to get a little air and put something cold on the top of my head, but I can see the boat in the water down there. And so I think we will have Mr. King out on the water here very quickly, and hopefully the second engine will run a little bit better than the first one did.
Perfect. So they have been able to change the engine out and get ready to head out and just see. I don't know that they really want to work on a qualifying time so much as they want to just see how this engine performs.
I think it'll be both, and they may, depending on what the status is of this motor, and I don't profess to know, but these kind of motors have to be broken in if they don't have a lot of time on them. But I think he will just go out and use this, to your point, use it as a test session, but also make sure he gets a lap north of 130, which obviously they can do, and then officially qualify.
Our tech updates from the Neil F. Lamson pits, thanks to All City Transmission, dedicated to serving you with the very best in general auto repair and transmission care at affordable prices. They're in South Kennewick. Go to allcitytrans.com. Pit reporters, thanks to American Radiator. They offer free pickup and delivery of new or rebuilt record radiators, clean DPFs and DOCs, plus welding and metal fabrication jobs too. Don't risk an engine meltdown. Repair with the professionals at AmericanRadiator.com in Pasco.
And the tow rope, thanks to Wallowa Wake. Can I try that again? Take two. The tow rope is the Wallowa Lake Tramway, a wonderful scenic ride to the top of the 100-foot mountain. That's Mount Howard, aboard the Wallowa Lake Tramway. You're doing this to me on purpose. The vistas, the views. It's time for a getaway to the Wallowas.
It is right now.
Check it out at WallowaLakeTramway.com.
Have you ever been there?
No.
You need to go.
I'm going now.
You need to go.
I think I have too. And you know, when my wife and I were going to move over here, we looked at a home on whatever that street name you just said, and I remember commenting to her, I said, we can't buy that house. I can't tell people where we live.
Yes.
And we do now have the U40, the Beacon Plumbing has been set in the water, so we've got two boats
There's
in the water.
the answer. There's the answer. They're going to want a challenge.
Yeah, there was, Kelly kind of soft pedaled it when he came up the tower here, but said they were just going to come out and make sure. They had some systems that weren't working as they should. He said, so I really think we're just going to come out and make sure those things work. And he turned around, but then he kind of turned his head back toward us and said, but it is Dave Vilwalk. And he said, if you see him coming down the front straightaway, carrying both sponsons all the way down, he says, you know he's going for it.
All right, so we'll find out a little bit more details about what's going to happen when we come back to action.
And just before we break away, if that's what we're going to do, the 91 Goodman Real Estate is coming into the water as well. So,
I wonder what adjustments they made.
Well, you heard Jeff say he'd like to go a little bit faster.
You know, of course, and you know, the interesting part is how much they have to analyze now and how many different things they can take a look at.
Absolutely.
Because of the telemetry readings that they get out of the cockpit.
Yeah, there's so much information available to them now that they didn't have in the past. And as we were talking about it earlier, you're either going to embrace the technology and make it work for you, or you're probably going to get left behind. It's like anything else. You know, this people who thought that cell phone thing wasn't going to catch on, look what happened to that. So I think you've got to embrace it. Here comes the U3.
The Turbinator.
The Griggs presents Ace Hardware. Got that 610 KONA sticker on the back of the boat.
Yeah, I should also mention Motoring Services Auto Repair. Mike Hall and all the gang over there.
There we go, and here he comes. He is away.
And we were catching word that we may have jumped a gun on that course record for today.
They're double checking.
They still have to do some double checking just to make sure. But I'm a big fan of a record-setting day on the Columbia River 2022, my friend.
A lot of that has to do with the way the course is set, just to make sure that it is precisely.
Is that like a world record in track and field when it's wind aided, something like that?
Yeah,
little something. Wrong sport. False equivalency.
Kind of interesting way to tie it together.
I'll
but
move
no.
on. Okay, never mind.
Wallowa Lake.
But yes,
never
if
going to live
it is
it down.
a record, it is a certified race course.
That's the whole question right now. They want to check on the course.
Yep.
The course itself.
So up the backstretch, U3, Jimmy King.
Boy, it sounds a lot better than it did earlier.
He's making a little noise. He's popping going up there.
Yeah, a little bit. Derek can probably hear that entire factory turn too.
A little bit, and it is kind of interesting, Mike. I mean, you look at just how this boat has fared so far. 7th in Guntersville, did not race in Madison. So, hey, if there's a time you're going to try and work some things out, make sure everything's ready to go, it'd be now, right?
It has to be. It has to be go time for this team, for Jimmy King and everybody.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier this morning. This boat was just quick as a cat down in Guntersville. Unfortunately, they got that 80-mile-an-hour disqualification, and that's the catch.
Yep.
If you drop below 80 miles an hour, it is a DSQ. You may run an extra lap and lose your position and just get less points. You get a goose egg. And that kicked them out of the final. Here comes Jimmy. The boat looks real good this time. You hear him in the background. He's to the entrance pin. He is to the apex. Right to you, Derek.
Oh, and it was so fun to see, again, the suspense, that hear that popping. Now he's cruising, and he is looking good around Tire Factory Turn 2 along the Griggs backstretch, headed already now, making his way over to Sun Pacific Energy Turn 3.
And it's the 3 piston-powered Terminator, Griggs Ace Hardware. And we saw Jimmy King go way outside on turn number 4, probably to say hello to everybody from the Buffalo Brothers group up there in turn number 4.
And then about a couple of 100 yards away from the start-finish line, then he started to put his foot into it, and here we are.
On to the front stretch. Jimmy King, piston powered across start-finish, and down the front stretch to All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1.
I can hear him coming. Haven't seen him. There he is.
Brad, he's really in like lane 3 or 4 almost.
Boy, he's getting through this whole corner really quickly. It looks good. It looks like he's running, and maybe this is what you said, but I had piston power in my ear. Couldn't hear you, but it looks like he's running a pretty wide run down the front straightaway, and then he's aiming right toward that entrance pin at the corner. But that's what you can do when you're out here qualifying, running by yourself. You can use any part of the river you want.
Dives into Sun Pacific Energy, Shell Sun Market, turn number 3, over to White's Finished Furniture, Hardwoods, turn number 4, way out wide at the exit pin of turn number 4. Onto the front stretch. Jimmy King, 155.545 in lap number 1.
Happy with that. 155, and I believe he has pulled his foot. I hear him, and don't be surprised at that. As we said earlier, there's only so many laps in these Allison engines. Use them wisely. Jimmy King, there you go.
Yeah,
That's
happy.
what the Terminator looks like.
Has to be happy with that 155. We'll find out about lap number 2 coming up here.
157.455. Bettered it by 2 full miles an hour on lap number 2.
That's really good.
That's a great run.
Yeah, and everybody loves the Terminator. It's a fan favorite, and it makes some noise, and everybody likes it, and it's just good to see them. You know, Ed Cooper, when he brings his boat here, yes, he could. I was talking earlier about the commissioner's option, and sure, he could get a commissioner's option. They don't want to do that. They don't want to do that at all. They've got a sponsor on board. They want to run for their sponsor. They want to run for the fans, and happy for them right now. 2 hot laps on the river and a 157. They will earn their spot in the 2022 HAPO Columbia Cup.
Hey guys,
go.
Just want to let you know we're seeing a little more activity down here in the pits. We've got the U40 with Dave Vilwalk in the water. Also the U91 is in, and the U9 with J. Michael Kelly just got in the water as well. So we're going to see some more boat activity in just a moment.
So everybody is getting ready to head back out for another qualifying run. Special thanks on our broadcast to Comtech and Authorized Motorola Solutions, 2-way radio channel partner, instant 2-way communications for your farm, warehouse, ranch, school, manufacturing plant, wherever it might be, even fire departments and hospitals. Radio rentals for you for your next event are available with Comtech. Log on to comtechnw.com for more information. Also, thanks to True Value, Washington Hardware. Yes, they are still open 8:30 until 1 p.m. Tri-Cityans build their lives. They've been helping them for decades at True Value Washington Hardware, downtown Kennewick. New hours again, Monday through Friday, 8:30 until 1.
You've already got the sticks in the trunk. Go to Canyon Lakes Golf Course. Thanks for our onshore transportation, 2 golf carts. Why play the rest when you can play the best? Great yearly and twilight memberships now 50% off. Voted best Tri-Cities Golf Course 9 years in a row.
CanyonLakesGolfCourse.com, the website. Bretzman's Office Solution. Hometown proud. Generations of supporting the Water Follies. Bretzman's Office Solutions is Tri-Cities' best solution for office supplies, furniture, and planning your space. Go to Bretzmans.com. Also thanks to Core Concepts, chiropractic, physical therapy, and massage. Core Concepts, 3 locations off Van Giesen and West Richland, Road 68, Pasco, and Fowler in Richland. Online, it's mycoreconcepts.com.
So once Dave Vilwalk caught wind of a course record, he's like, hold my beer, or maybe hold my soft drink. He'll be out on the course pretty quick. West Richland Golf Course Restaurant and Lounge, thank you for your sponsorship. They have value-priced golf, discount gear in the pro shop, delicious food, and well-built beverages. Stout in the lounge. Plus, your next event should be held at West Richland Golf Course Restaurant and Lounge in their banquet facility. That's westrichlandgolf.com.
And Clover Island Inn welcoming you to their free summer concert series, Thunder on the Island, every Wednesday night, 6 to 9 p.m. through August 17th. Also, standalone concerts by Quiet Riot coming up August 7th, and High Tides, the Beach Boys tribute band, August 14th. All at Clover Island Inn. Dave Vilwalk, right across the Mosteller start-finish line. He's trapping a lot of air underneath that 40 Beacon Plumbing, heading into All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1.
Yes, he is. He just hung the right sponson. Coming down the front straightaway, he's moving. Derek, right to you.
Moving and gliding across. Hardly seems like he's breaking a sweat, though I'm sure it's much hotter in that cockpit as he turns now. Tire Factory, turn number 2 down the Griggs backstretch.
Yeah, this is a fantastic run for Dave Vilwalk. Again, earlier, a 163.294. Second in the qualifying ladder to Jimmy Shane in the 164.039. Up into Shell Sun Market, turn number 3 to the apex. He's got a great turn as he comes to the exit pin of turn 4. White's Finished Furniture and Hardwoods onto the front stretch. And we'll catch him on the clock at the Mosteller Memorial start-finish line here at the Bretzman's Memorial Barge. Cross start-finish now.
What a smooth ride. A lot of air. You can see it from the tower.
He's just hovering over the water. It's incredible. What a great run. Into Tire Factory, turn number 2, heading to Derek.
Oh, and it's so fun to see. This is what we talk about with that competitive edge. It may only be qualifying, but once that course records get set, it just has a way of awakening the engines inside these drivers.
161 and change on lap number 1, 161.33.
Got some work to do.
Yeah, we'll see if he's headed the right direction. Lap number 2, 3 laps.
Coming out of turn 4 in lap 1, it seemed like he was a little wide. This one is it's about the same line as last time.
You're right. He had a lot of momentum at the top end of the course, but when he came to that turn, he lost a little bit of speed because he had to pull on the wheel a little bit and lost some boat speed.
Coming down to you, Brad. What's it look like?
Wow, he's really loose on the front stretch, Brad Loose. That's a great run into All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1.
Now entering Tire Factory, turn number 2, loose and looking good still, at least by this untrained eye's estimate. I expect that he will glide with relative ease here along the grids or the Griggs backstretch.
Got a 162.01 miles an hour. Lap number 2, a 162. Still some work to do.
Wants to get up to that 164.039. Another potential record qualifying with restricted fuel here at Tri-Cities on the 2.5-mile super speedway.
That's a wide corner.
It is, but it didn't look like he lost maybe as much boat speed.
He's a little closer to us this time. Coming across the start-finish line.
And lap number 3 in the books. So Dave Vilwalk flying the boat down the front stretch. That couldn't have been a prettier picture.
163.0.
Yeah, that's really in that same neighborhood. In fact, a little shy of what he did earlier as the first boat out to qualify this afternoon. 163.064, his fastest lap in this qualifying session, number 2. for Dave Vilwalk in the 40 Beacon Plumbing.
It's quite extraordinary when you come to Jimmy Shane and Dave Vilwalk so close over the course of that lap. It's fun to watch.
He really wanted to in that third lap. He was pushing hard through Tire Factory turn number 2 onto the Griggs backstretch and just couldn't make it happen. I think he was losing speed at the top end of the course like you had mentioned, Kurt.
When Jimmy Shane is hugging that buoy coming out of turn 4, is that the driver? Is it the boat? Is it a little of both?
It's got to be both.
It's got to be both.
Yeah.
Because Mr. Vilwalk just couldn't seem to hug that buoy. His first lap was the best, but 2 and 3. But what you're saying is it doesn't matter if he swings out wide as long as he continues to carry that boat speed, right?
Yeah, it obviously if you take a longer course around, it's going to take you a little bit more time to get there. It'll cost you a little bit. But, boat speed and momentum will help. Special thanks to Tri-Q Credit Union. They've been serving only the Tri-Cities for over 50 years. If gas prices, that is, causing too much pain at the pump, consider financing an electric car with them. They have fantastic rates available. Tri-Q Credit Union, that's what friends are for.
Got Core Concepts. Core Concepts is chiropractic, physical therapy, and massage excellence. Core Concepts has 3 Tri-Cities locations, 4791 Van Giesen, West Richland, 5210 North Road 68 Pasco, and 1776 Fowler in Richland. Online, mycoreconcepts.com.
So, turn number 5, back into the pits. It's our only right-handed turn. Dave Vilwalk is heading back, and I wonder what the debriefing there will concern as they talk about this last run. Unable to eclipse the previous best out on the qualifying in his earlier session at 163.294. Came up a little bit short of their goal of knocking Jimmy Shane off of the top qualifying spot with exactly 1 hour remaining in our hydroplane H1 Unlimited qualifying session.
Is there a limit to how many times you can go out?
I believe it's 3. Brad Luce is down in the pits, and we'll check with our American Radiator pit reporters here shortly. Go ahead.
Yeah, we've got Jimmy King here, driver of the Turbinator. Jimmy, how'd things run out there? It seemed like engine number 2 was working pretty well.
Yeah, no, the engine's working well. Little flat yet, but they just started working on this one, so we're optimistic for tomorrow. But yeah, 157, that's a solid run for on Friday. I got no complaints. You never can go fast enough, but this is a decent start.
Explain to us, we were kind of having this debate amongst ourselves. Were you out there to try to get speed? Are you trying to break in the engine, a little of both?
We're trying to find out what this combination will work, gearbox to propeller to motor, because we got all 3 of them to work with. And that's the motor we ran in Alabama, so we know it's solid. It just, the one that we ran this morning's got a lot more, I'm going to call it pop. More when you call down, it talks back to you in a hurry. This one, it talks back, but it's on its own terms.
So you said 157, you feel pretty good. Where do you go from here?
Up, hopefully. So, but yeah, it is solid for the Turbinator. Griggs Ace Hardware and Tri-Cities Insurance guys. It's a solid start, and we'll see what hopefully this afternoon or first thing tomorrow brings us.
Jimmy King, thanks for the time.
Thanks, guys.
Well, I think he explained it just right.
Just right?
Yeah. It talks back a little bit.
You like it when it's talking back to you. I mean, it's a performance boat, and you ask it to perform, and it talks back to you. That's beautiful.
Minor traffic continues to be a little bit slow southbound 395 or the Blue Bridge. As the boats are out on the water, keep your eyes on the road ahead of you and not on the race boats out on the river. Special thanks to Bob's Burger and Brew for our traffic watch all weekend long. Nothing but the best. Bob's Burgers and Brew. So, Brad, are you there?
I am here. Have you got me?
Yeah, we have you in our headsets. Qualifying sessions, you get 1 chance or 2?
2.
Excuse me, 2 or 3?
2.
Just 2. So that is it for Dave Vilwalk.
Yeah, and Jeff Bernard is away from the dock in the 91.
All right, so his second time out on the river.
Hey, Michael.
Yes.
You got it.
I'm going to interrupt you again here. We've got Dave Vilwalk, driver of the 40. So, Dave, how did your second appearance out there on the water go?
Good. Yeah, it's running good. We, ran another 163, so we're happy about that. We had some computer problems and stuff, and then we had to fix those and go out and run it again. So ran good. We're happy with that.
Now, I'll be honest, I have never been in a boat, so I have no idea. When you saw Jimmy Shane put a number, was that the deciding factor? Hey, we want to get back out there, or was there something specific that you were working on?
Yeah, we wanted to test. We had to fix some things, and we wanted to test those. Qualifying, the Miss Beacon Plumbing is running fast, and that's what we're here to try to do, try to win the race, not impress ourselves. And so, but we ran a good time, and, we're happy with that.
All right, Dave, go get some water, and we'll talk to you later.
Thanks.
Dave Vilwalk, the Beacon Plumbing U40. Again, his best lap came in his first qualifying session, 163.294 miles per hour. This is the second appearance now for Jeff Bernard in the 91 Goodman Real Estate. Earlier, 157.759. Gradual improvement we saw, about 2 miles an hour for each lap that he was out in the 91 Goodman Real Estate. Miss Madison Racing heading up the Griggs backstretch. Again, we've talked about how solid the boat looks on the water. A great race setup and a great race boat. Maybe not the best qualifying boat, not the fastest qualifying setup. Dives into Shell Sun Market, turn number 3. Over to White's Finished Furniture, turn
nice
number
corner.
4. Beautiful corner. You called that one right. He was just off the buoy. Onto the front stretch. Mosteller Memorial start-finish line. Down the Kennewick shoreline, headed to All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1.
Looks like some good air under that right sponson. What's it look like there coming into turn 2?
I was going to say exactly that. I mean, he is flying, even on the left, maybe walking him a little bit, but one thing's for sure, he is flying.
Trapping as much air under the boat as he can, heading up that backstretch. Griggs Ace Hardware. 4 locations in the Tri-Cities to help you. Griggs backstretch on News Radio 610 KONA. First lap, a 154.464 miles per hour. So if he gains 2 each lap, we'll be up around 158.
It's a little surprising. I thought that first lap looked a little better. Another quality corner coming off turn 4.
Good handling boat, solid ride, but seems a little heavy up front.
A little bit. Not as much air under the right sponson on down the front stretch this time.
Getting a little lift as he heads down towards the middle portion of the front stretch, and now dives into All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1 to Tire Factory, turn number 2.
Yeah, and here it's the same kind of story here. It looks like he's really trying to get that air to stay underneath right now. Trap it consistently as he fires along the Griggs backstretch. We'll see how he handles that going into turn 3. Again, cutting it pretty close to the turn pin here at 2.
Yeah, really good job on the buoy line. So he's trying to get as much as he can by staying small, shortest course possible. Back into Shell Sun Market, turn number 3. They opened up their newest location out on Keene Road in West Richland. Shell Sun Market, also a Firehouse Subs location there for a great sandwich. Off of the exit pin, turn number 4 onto the front stretch. Lap number 2 was a 155.585. Here comes lap number 3, and we'll get that speed for you in just a sec. So he's able to pick up about a mile per hour from lap 1 to lap 2. And we'll see what lap 3 had as we watch him head down to our only right-hand turn. Turn number 5 from Summit Funding from the Columbia River course back into the Lamson pits.
So as of, he turned his best lap, 158.015. Well done. The increments, 154 to 155. Lap 3, a 158 and change.
Very nice final lap.
Boy, you got a nice pack going on here. Not a lot of miles per hour separating first, second, third, and fourth. It's going to be a great weekend.
And I think when you take a look at the 6 boats that came, that's what you expect.
Exactly.
Exactly what you expect. Really tight.
Great
qualifying and really tight racing. It's open field. Anybody has an opportunity. Everybody has their favorite,
right?
But anybody can do it.
Yeah, in years past, there were the cream of the crop boats, and then I guess you would call the also-rans, glad to see them and stuff. But I think this year it's really anybody's race.
Special thanks to Summit Funding. Call the Summit Funding folks and find out about their first-time homebuyer classes with the Washington State Housing Commission. That helps you with down payment assistance programs, too. Call Summit Funding, 509-783-4593. Yes, that's 783-4593. Over 99% of people that are pre-approved with Summit Funding go under contract, close on their homes. Offices in Kennewick, and visit their website, summitfunding.com.
And a quick note for our fellow Tri-Cityans. We're hoping for independence from hunger. That food drive is on now. A way you can help is to give $5, get $5. When you donate $5 or more in a single transaction in-store or online, you'll receive a coupon for $5 off a future purchase of $25 or more. That's from Grocery Outlet.
Also, thanks to All City Transmission. They don't specialize in one brand. They specialize in all brands, whether you have a foreign or domestic model. The highly trained team at All City Transmission can handle the job. Bunch Finnegan Appliances. Bring your kitchen to life, your dream kitchen, with Thermador from Bunch Finnegan. The all-new leap into luxury appliance packages. Full kitchen solutions built to last with affordable luxury. And the kitchen pros of Bunch Finnegan put it all together. 90s Columbia Drive at Kennewick, and go the number 2bunch.com. Also, Traffic Watch, we will continue to be watching what's happening on the Blue Bridge. It looks pretty good right now. Southbound 395 from Pasco into Kennewick. If you see a traffic problem, alert us at the 610 K1A studios on the Legends Casino studio phone, 509-547-1610. Bob's Burgers and Brew, Bacon Burger, Jalapeno Burger. Their gourmet chicken burgers are so good. So many selections to choose from. Bob's Burgers and Brew, Richland and Kennewick, only the best. We will take a timeout. More qualifying is coming up from the 2022 HAPO Columbia Cup. Thanks to Farmers Exchange on News Radio 610 KONA and 610KONA.com.
Nine's coming out.
Number 9.
Roger. Break. 175, 175, back up. 175, back up. Request radio check. 175.
Standing by. We need to get her back for this boat on the water. Roger, how'd you say him, Al? In session number 1, 159.371, and we'll find out if he's bested that. And, you know, we talk about trapping air underneath the boat down the front stretch. What a lovely sight coming right at you, Brad Luce.
Yeah, it just looks so good. And with that first lap speed that you gave, he is sniffing that 160.
He did. 161.194.
There we go. Now, has he got a couple of more? They're going to be really happy with that. The heat's getting hotter and their speeds are going up.
Boy, just watch that front end. Those sponsons are barely touching the water.
And that hull has... Jean Thierret drove that thing the same way. He could hang that right sponson and not touch, and that means less friction and means get up and go. So let's see what he's got here. Lap number 3, trying to best a 160, what was it, a 161?
161.194 as we get him across the Mosteller start-finish line. Now we'll get that final lap speed coming at you from the H1 officials upstairs shortly. Backing off the throttle as he heads down to Summit Funding turn number 5, back to the pits. The only right-handed turn on the course is back to the pit area. But they have to be extremely happy. Still waiting on that lap number 3.
161. Got another 161.
Yeah, 161.723.
But an increase nonetheless.
No doubt.
They've got to be really happy with that. I would think so.
So the 9 with J. Michael Kelly, 161.723. And of course, they still need to clear the inspection afterwards to find out if those will stand. So who else is coming out, Brad?
It's a little quiet down here right now.
Is it?
Yep, that's going to pretty much do it. But we will, we're going to get J. Michael Kelly when he comes back.
Sure.
Find my way down on the dock for that, and then I'm going to go up and grab a word with Shannon Rainey, who's going to explain to us. We've been talking about what's going on with the U11, the Joker's Casino, but let's get it straight from Shannon, who owns the boat with her husband, Scott Rainey. So I told her as soon as we got done with Mike here, I would come up and talk with her. Plus, if you come down here to the pit area, Michael, you will find the best fan water spray system in the entire pit area. Is it the Joker's Casino hydroplane, the U11? So I told her I'll come up and just sit in the chair next to you and we can get soaking wet and talk. Sounds like fun to me.
It's really good for the sensitive electronic equipment, Brad.
Absolutely. And
You bet. Why not?
This electric earpiece.
Sure, that's great.
Of course, if you saw what I had wrapped around my head right now, you got a camera in your hand too. This isn't going to go well, is it? Oh my goodness, the live stream's going to have fun. So Mike has come back on the Lynx Healthcare presents the U9, the Miss Tri-Cities. Northway Construction, last lap 161.783. They've got to be happy. Mike is out of the boat, and the first thing he does is get rid of that hard hat that he's got in place and unzip that black driver suit that he's got. And of course, that works real well because underneath it, he's got the black Strong Racing shirt. And now we're going to have a rope throwing contest here. As here comes Ed Jr. Is he going to throw a line out too? There we go. Jeff Bernard coming back in. What was Jeff's quick lap that he had, a 158?
158.015 for Jeff Bernard in the 91 Goodman Real Estate.
Okay, now we have the rope throwing contest going down here, and they've actually, I don't know how far he is off, maybe 75 feet.
Oh, that's a long way.
It's a pretty good run here, and a couple of guys are throwing the rope. Here goes another swing at it, but they have got the sling all the way out to him. That's the best part. And here's another throw, hits the deck. And
oh, well, sure, the crane can reach out there.
Yeah, the crane's there, but they just got the line to him, so it's, I don't think anybody is in severe jeopardy of losing some of their rodeo work. But they did a pretty good job with the line there. And Mike's coming back in.
Well, Brad, you bring up a good point. The Horse Heaven Roundup is coming up in about a month out there at the Benton Franklin Fair and Rodeo.
It is indeed.
Special thanks to our friends at Tire Factory, turn number 2 coverage with the Michelin tire experts. They also have top-notch service, and with this hot summer weather, the best AC techs in town. Whether it's a simple AC recharge or maybe something more challenging, they'll get it blowing cold to keep you cool. Tire Factory, Pasco, Richland, Moses Lake, at TireFactoryTC.com.
When you're coming up the backstretch, Griggs Ace Hardware. Since 1939, Griggs has offered helpful tips on home repairs and do-it-yourself projects. The old DIY. With top-name brands at great prices, open every day at all 4 Tri-City locations at GriggsOnline.com.
And thanks to our Shell Sun Market stores, Shell gasoline protects against engine gunk for better mileage and better performance for your vehicle. Get your fill and fuel at the Shell Sun Market stores.
Hey guys, if I can jump in here real
You got
quick.
it, Brad.
I got a guy I think is pretty happy here. The temperature keeps going up, and so do your speeds.
Yeah, no, these guys, we knew we had a fast boat coming here. You know, we're kind of behind it a little bit the first couple races with hurting an engine and, you know, just some other stuff. But these guys have worked really hard, and, you know, for the temperatures and all that, and to be in the 160s, there's a lot about the team, the 9, you know, carrying Corey's number this weekend, going to try keeping those points alive. This total team effort, super exciting. It's just what it's about right now.
And that's kind of where I wanted to go with this. I know it makes you feel real good. It feels like the boat's really a strong competitor here this weekend. But what does that do for your team who's been working so hard, as you say? It must get them energized.
Oh, I mean, it's a lot of work, and so when you see your hard work paying off, I mean, these guys are going to be happy tonight. It's, you know, it'll drive them even harder to work just that much more too. You know, they never give up, and it's crazy. But I do say one thing: I got to give a shout out to my kid that's racing in Depew, Illinois right now, and I'm not there because I'm doing this, but he just won his 4th national championship today. Got word right as I was leaving. Going out on the race course, so wow, pretty cool. Wish I could be there, but I don't know.
No, that's where the dad wants to be, to watch him go. But you know what? I'm sure he wants you to be here. That's a pretty special moment right there. 4 of them so far.
Yeah, days that are racing boats. You know, especially in our region, the group of kids, they're absolutely amazing, and you know, that's the future of our sport. And man, there's just so much more advanced than like I ever was when I was racing, and so you see that, and it's exciting, and you just see how much it means to them, and you know, it's pretty cool to, you know, see these kids over on the other side of the states and kicking butt. So it's pretty cool.
How's that shade up there under that tree?
The shade's really the shade's really nice. I know the guys are really liking it over there, so glad we have it, and yeah, we can do a little bit more work, and the guys won't cook as much.
Let's get out from underneath this boat. You can go up and get out of this hot driver suit. Congratulations, good run, and congrats to the fam.
Yeah, no, thank you.
All right, J. Michael Kelly, a happy guy, and boy, 4 national championships already for his young son back at the Outboard Nationals. How about that?
Isn't that incredible?
Talking about following in Dad's footsteps.
And you could tell he was getting a little bit choked up because he wanted to be there so bad. And I actually saw a post about that on his Facebook account and had photos of his son racing. And that's some really competitive action, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, and of course, that's Mike's heart and soul.
Yep,
I mean,
it is.
He came straight from Outboards to the Unlimiteds back in 2004, I think it was, and he still is true to his roots with the Outboards. He still goes back and races, and if the Outboard Nationals were last week as opposed to this week as they were a year ago, he would be back there driving and racing and being with his son. So that is a racing family. That is what Mr. Kelly does every weekend with his family, and man, is he good at it. And oh, by the way, guys, that U9 Lynx Healthcare presents Miss Tri-Cities. That's a player. Don't count those guys out. That boat has not looked that good all year. It looks great. Have I got time to go up and talk to Shannon Rainey and get the official word on the U11?
You certainly do. Our qualifying session has wrapped up, and congratulations to Jimmy Shane in the 1 home street, 164.039 miles per hour.
How many points is that?
Should be 75.
75.
Wait, what's that? I'm sorry. Points for top qualifiers?
Yes.
That's 100.
Oh, it's 100, so 75 for second.
80.
Oh, okay. Well, that's great.
You want to try again? Now it goes to 70. It goes by 10s. But I like the 75.
That's
Thank
fun.
you very much. I just had somebody hand me some water. I'm going to go up and find Shannon Rainey. She, as I said, along with husband Scott out of Cle Elum, Washington, and for those who are watching across the country and around the world on the live stream, that's kind of in the central part of Washington State. And I don't think it's quite as warm there as it is here, but it's plenty warm for sure. And Shannon doing her usual thing she does when she sees me come, she immediately runs right for the truck. Are you ducking me, Rainey?
No, I'm not ducking you. I'm working.
Yeah, I think I just got some of the fruit of your labor here.
Oh my gosh, Pepsi does the best sponsorship for us, and they give us these really cool aluminum water bottles, and they stay cold, and they're amazing. So yes, hydrate with some water. Or love this. Miss Joker's Casino team loves to share the water this weekend. Anything we can do to keep everybody hydrated.
And I know a little bit about this hydration. Maybe I should say I know a little bit about the dehydration side, and I'm getting some other eyeballs from over there. Yeah, I've seen the other side of that movie. It's not very good. You mentioned Joker's Casino. Let's talk about them for a minute. New sponsor on board. Tell me a little bit about them.
We are so excited to have them join us this year. We're the Miss Joker's Casino boat. Joker's Casino is in Richland, Washington. They've got Atomic Bowl, a Joker's Casino. They've got the comedy club in there. They've got a dance club, and they've got an arcade. And we went over there on Wednesday, displayed the boat, had so much fun going through and looking at everything. And our guys are like, can we go bowling? So they're all excited to go over and go bowling. But Max and their gang over there are wonderful people. We're so excited to have them aboard joining us, and just wonderful support of our sport from a local sponsor.
Yeah, it's good, and it's always great to have these new sponsors come up and step up, and these guys are local, as you mentioned. They're on Wellesian Way. Joker's Casino, I've been in the bowling alley in there. It is a fun place. You can have a good time over there, and it's fun for the whole family.
It is fun for the whole family. We were there on Wednesday, 11 o'clock they opened, and they were packed. Tons of kids, tons of families. It was really just a fun atmosphere. So, yep.
And when I got there, you'd mentioned that you guys had just had lunch. How's the food?
Oh my gosh, it was so good. We had these sliders, and they were French dip sliders. It was amazing, and the best onion rings I've ever had. They were so good.
So we didn't get to see the Joker's Casino U11 out on the water during our qualifying session. Tell me what happened.
We went out and ran in testing this morning, and we had some issues between Madison and Tri-Cities with some motor mounts breaking, and we thought we had them all fixed, went out and ran into the issue again. So our crew is amazing. Our driver is up there working on it right now. Jamie Nielsen's up working on it. These guys just work, and they don't stop. They were here till 12:30 last night getting this boat ready, and just devastated that we're not able to run for everyone today. But the Miss Joker's Casino will be on the water again tomorrow. They're working really hard right now, and we will get this boat back up and running this weekend.
I am sure you will. The brain trust in this group is very, very strong. You guys work as hard as anybody. Congratulations on the sponsor. Let's get it on the water tomorrow, and let's go have some fun.
Oh, we can't wait. Can't wait to go have some fun. You know, we have some other kind of local sponsor. May Awning and Patio is out of the Portland area, and we really have to thank them as well. A lot of these companies step up, and you know, it's crucial to making these boats run. So thank you to them, and anybody who happens to be watching for the Portland area, go get an awning put on the back of your house.
I need one on the back of mine. Where's Bill when I need him? Anyway, thank you for taking the time. I've mentioned on the air just a moment ago that you guys have the best aqua fan over here of anybody. You stand there for 10 seconds, you get wet. It's wonderful.
It takes your temperature down 30 degrees. If anyone's in the pits, please stop by and jump in front of these fans. It really helps cool your body temperature down. So come see us, and I'll talk to you standing in the fan.
I can get you one of these rags you can put over your head. You like one? You want one of these?
You look beautiful.
We're going to just leave it right at that. So thank you, Shannon. Get the boat ready to go. We're glad you're here, and glad for Joker's Casino.
We love Joker's Casino. Thank you. Appreciate it. And we'll talk to you again this weekend with better results and better news.
These guys are a player. Don't count them out just because they didn't make the qualifying run. This is a very fast race boat, and that brain trust is second to nobody here in the pit area. I'll throw it back up to you, Michael McDonald, but that's what's going on down here. Our qualifying session is over.
Thank you very much for that interview. And just a quick note, there's somebody that's not with the 11 team, and that's Reggie Frederick. And he had a role in helping provide that, bridge that gap between Jokers locally and the team for that local sponsorship. And Reggie's a bowling alley owner, bowling center in the Tacoma area, and just an all-around good guy, but won't be here for the racing because of some family commitments, and will keep him from being here. But we certainly miss having Reggie here at the races this year. Special thanks on our broadcast to White's Finished Furniture and Hardwoods. They're open 6 days a week at 2 West Kennewick Avenue. Shop amazing bedroom sets, tables, and furnishings you can buy today and enjoy today in your home or business. Hardwoods include live edge and dimensional lumber, paint, decor items, and more. WhitesHardwood.com is the website.
And we thank the Anderson and Zenz Dental team. They love to help you smile, build a better smile. It's full family dentistry and now offering facial aesthetic treatments with PRF. It's about you at Anderson and Zenz Dental in South Kennewick off Union and 24th and KennewickSmiles.com.
Officially 110 degrees now out at the Pasco Tri-Cities Airport. You can feel that warm breeze coming off the river. It was cool
sure
earlier.
Yeah, you know, a couple of the cool pockets usually when you're out on the river today, those are slim, few and far between.
Forecast calling for a high tomorrow at 111 and on Sunday at 110. Overnight lows in the mid-70s with light winds expected. Our weather forecast updates thanks to Anderson and Zenz Dental, KennewickSmiles.com. Traffic watch continues. Blue Bridge looks like it's flowing fairly good. It's a Friday afternoon at 318, 610 KONA, Kennewick, Richland, Pasco. So for this time of the day, considering it's not too bad, of course we don't have any boats out on the water. Be really cautious though as you travel around the Tri-Cities. A lot of people from out of town are here and not used to some of the, let's say idiosyncrasies of our roadways, like giant roundabouts and maybe the merge from Lewis onto 395 South from Pasco. It's just set up differently. If you're not from the area, you might get caught a little bit off guard.
Well, idiosyncrasies, that's about 6 syllables. I like the first 2.
Traffic watch thanks to Bob's Burgers and Brew, the very best burgers, desserts, gourmet salads. Bob's, only the best. They're in Kennewick and in Richland. Our points watch, and Brad, thanks for that correction. 100 points to the top qualifier out there, and that would be U1 Jimmy Shane, Miss Home Street at 164.039 miles per hour. Thanks to our friends at Grocery Outlet. Independence from Hunger food drive is on now. Purchase pre-made bag that's complete with an assortment of groceries selected by our local food agencies. They're the ones that really need it, and they know what needs to go into that bag. So stop by your local Grocery Outlet and lend a hand. They keep track of our points with us. Also, our pit reporters, Brad Luce, Glenn Baughan, thanks to American Radiator. They will clean your DPFs and DOCs, saving you money and keeping you on the road. American Radiator, also your diesel soot specialist with free pickup and delivery, available throughout much of our great Northwest at AmericanRadiator.com. We'll take a time out. More HAPO Columbia Cup 2022 action coming up on News Radio 610 KONA and 610 KONA, thanks to Farmers Exchange.
In because they had engine problems with the Winston Eagle. We'll get to that in a moment. Oh boy, Alberto in lane number 5 as they head down to the first turn in this final heat. It is the Miss Budweiser, Tommy Deet, the pilot.
There's nothing more beautiful in motorsports racing than a start of an unlimited hydroplane race with 6 boats abreast diving for turn number 1. As they come down the back chute, it's Tommy Deet driving the Miss Budweiser out in front in smooth water, and that's exactly where he wants to be in this final heat.
And we add in there that this is the only turbine-powered boat left in the field because Circus went out early today before the race even started when he lost the transit and the rudder and everything on his boat. Then, later in the day, the flip by the Jiff Presents Mr. Pringles, not a total flip. He didn't go over, but he certainly started over and then destroyed the boat as he came back down. Then they had a small fire on the Winston Eagle. It's under control. Everything's fine with the boat. Larry Lauterbach is okay, but he is on the sidelines, and Pietro's Pizza, the alternate boat, is in the field.
And the U.S. West Cellular has had its problems today. 122.804 mile an hour for our lead boat, the Miss Budweiser. Here's your second place boat, Cooper's Express, the driver, Mitch Evans. And he's going to get a challenge. We may have an interesting race here for second between the Cooper's Express and the Whole St. Miss Mazda. Here's our fourth place boat, the Pietro's Pizza.
Stephen David of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, driving a very fine race all day today, is in the final field. He was the alternate boat, came in when they had problems with the Winston Eagle. He'll take it any way he can get it. It gives him a shot at it. Oh boy, Alberto getting a little bit light as he comes down the front straightaway. running now in 5th place. Not the best of days for George Woods Jr., but you're due to have those days in unlimited hydroplane racing. And look at this. The Miss Budweiser slowed down a little bit, and Mitch Evans came right up on the outside of him. And on the inside, it's the Holset Miss Mazda, Mike Hansen. Watch the boats as they come through the corner now. And it looks, uh-oh, Mike Hansen ran into a rooster tail down there. He takes water on board. It looks like he's out of it. The rooster tail is down, and you can see right in the back of your screen, if you caught a glimpse of him, no more power to the Holset Miss Mazda. Right now, your leader is the Miss Budweiser, Tom Deeth, on the outside and charging hard. Mitch Evans in the Cooper's Express.
One more lap to go for Miss Budweiser, holding off the challenge from the Cooper's Express. The whole set Miss Mazda down in the water. We're getting a word from the URC radio. There's going to be a penalty assessed to the Miss Budweiser. Here's the whole set Miss Mazda in 3rd place, starting up again. Took on water, cut off by Budweiser. Mike Noonan in the helicopter radioed down to Paul McGee, the chief referee. There's a penalty to this boat. He's not in 1st place. It's going to cost him the race with less than a lap to go.
So the Miss Budweiser is put back a lap, but they have already lapped the field, and with the attrition of the other boats, Budweiser now is in 3rd place. But your lead boat, Mitch Evans in the Cooper's Express. Now Mike Hansen has restarted, as you saw moments ago. He is in the field, riding in 2nd place. But this boat, Mitch Evans in the Cooper's Express, the checkered flag is out. What a moment for Ed Cooper Sr., Ed Cooper Jr., and Mitch Evans, a boat that was built in Ed Cooper Sr.'s backyard in Indiana, has taken its first ever win. Congratulations, Cooper's Express, finishing 1st place in the race. 2nd place will go to the Holset Miss Mazda. Disappointing day for George Woods Jr. in the Oh Boy Alberto. He got a good seat, but he'd rather have a good seat watching the race from the finish line instead of sitting dead in the water. We'll be back to recap the final heat for you and an interview with the winner in just a moment.
Jim Hendrick, Dick Crippen back here at Tri-Cities, Washington. Here's your final results. Cooper's Express, the winner, followed by Holset Miss Mazda, Miss Budweiser, Pietro's Pizza, and 2 boats that did not finish.
Well, Mitch, doesn't matter how you do it, my friend. That was a win no matter how you look at it.
That's it. I mean, the boat ran perfect, nailed the start, got in a position I thought we could really do a good job. And hey, the thing I stood on it, and we didn't worry about what happened. We just went and came out good.
You got to give a little credit to Mike Hansen. He was riding you all the way. You guys were forced to stay up on it.
Yeah, I kept looking for Mike, and I thought, well, we're gaining ground on Tom a little bit here. And then all of a sudden it closed up, and Mike disappeared. And I thought, well, maybe he got caught inside of him, and I just drove on by.
Mitch, you guys have worked all year. It has not been the easiest of years. You've fought a lot of hard battles, but this one has just got to make it that much sweeter.
Oh, that is. You know, it's another hometown for me, and I just couldn't ask for any more. It was great.
What do you do from here on?
Oh, I'm going to go rest for a while. Go home, do a little work, and get ready for Seattle. We're really looking forward to getting on the rest of the year.
Now let's take a look at the HFC high point standings through this race. Miss Budweiser leads the pack by 1,193 points over its nearest competitor. And so, the Unlimited see their 5th winner in 7 races on the 1989 HFC American Hydroplane Tour.
And I don't think anybody would be happier than to say that Mitch Evans and the Cooper's Express won it. This is a backyard team. It was a boat built in the backyard of their house. It's a local team out of Indiana. I mean, it's just great all the way around. So it's tremendous for the sport that a boat like that could come along and win it.
The turbines, they had their problems today. First of all, the backup Circus, driven by Chip Hanauer. The boat did a 180 twist, and it was damaged out of the race. Then at Heat 1B, it was the Mr. Pringles with Scott Pierce at the wheel, doing a hook, coming up on the right sponson, going over and doing a ballet dance, and actually comes off one sponson, twists around on his turn, and comes down in a splash of water, and he's out of the race. And then, of course, a surprise to the Miss Budweiser, leading with a lap and a quarter to go, gets a 1-lap penalty for cutting off the Miss Mazda, who goes on the win, but the first time ever in the history of their team, the Cooper father and son team, win an unlimited race. Lots of excitement still coming. On behalf of Dick Crippen, I'm Jim Hendrick. So long.
right, here we go. We're ready to race.
I don't know, do I dare say it? Because everybody knows this is my favorite shot right here. And it's not disappointing coming away from the dock here. Wow. The 3 is already gone. Then it's Kelly coming out. Following behind him is Corey Peabody. Then it's Jamie Nielsen. Then it's Jimmy Shane. Then it is Dave Vilwalk. You'll never guess who's still sitting at the dock, Michael.
Oh, it'd be Jimmy Shane?
That would be Andrew Tate. He loves to do
I'm
that.
sorry.
That's right. He loves to do it. He's the only one sitting there, hasn't even tried to come out yet. Same thing he used to do when he was driving for Mike and Lori Jones and driving the 9.
This is the first time we've seen 6 boats out on the course, and there's still one more to come.
And he's just sitting at the dock.
Just waiting.
I think he's the guy I'm behind every green light when I'm trying to get home from work.
Well, it was interesting when we were here for the test session. Andrew and I kind of walked up the beach together here, and he was looking over the edge, and he goes, it looks pretty deep out there. He says, maybe I can make that run that I like to do up the shoreline. He's coming away from the dock now. We'll see if he makes a left turn and comes up the dock, or if he just goes straight across, and it's looking more and more like he's just going to come straight across to Kevin. 3 minutes and 40 seconds till our start. All 7 boats are up and on the water, guys.
Jimmy King has cut through the ESCO electric infield. So has Jamie Nielsen as they come to the Payne West Insurance front stretch.
Michael, you asked about the fans. They may be hot, but they've all left the shade to get to the best possible view as Jimmy King cuts again. But they're all up, ready to go. Watch the next 5-lap race as we get ready to wrap up the Columbia Cup.
And again, all swimmers up out of the water onto the shore. Our hydroplanes out on the river for the HAPO Columbia Cup. All swimmers out of the water up on the shore.
Kevin, look at this approach for Andrew Tate. He went straight across, parallel with the bridge, all the way to the other side. He's still not on the race course.
He's still not technically on the race course. The problem is where does he fit into all of this? Because Jamie Nielsen and now J. Michael Kelly have gotten in front of him. Here comes Corey Peabody, but yeah, I mean, finally all 7 boats are on the race course. Dave Vilwalk in front of Jimmy Shane too. He'll have to eventually back off and get into that trailer position, but
2:30 to our start.
All right, now we start to pay attention where boats are right now. Jimmy King in the Griggs Ace Hardware will come across the JMC Motorsports start-finish line down the Payne West Insurance front stretch.
And we talked about how pristine the water was down here in Tire Factory Turn 2. That's not the case anymore.
Not anymore.
Dave Vilwalk will cut across the ESCO electric infield to the front stretch.
King will cut the back, front to back.
Coming up on 2 minutes, guys, in 2-1 mark. 2 minutes.
Vilwalk cuts again, getting into the trailer boat position. We might be starting to settle down here.
Yeah, J. Michael Kelly would be in lane 2. Andrew Tate is searching for a lane. Then behind is Jimmy Shane in the 1, and I don't know where he will go. Dave Vilwalk will be the trailer boat, and he will cut across the infield to the front stretch. And
look who got 1.
And look what they did. What did we talk about? Get Jimmy Shane on the outside. Now he's going at a pace now where he's going to have a whole lot of boat speed.
Yeah, this is going to be good. Watch Jimmy Shane. Kevin, you're going to have the call because he's got 4 boats in front of him.
Yeah, it looks like Peabody's going to give Tate lane 3. So here comes Jimmy Shane. Jimmy King.
1 minute.
Behind. Boy, rough water for Jimmy Shane. That could be the difference, though.
But where's he going to go?
He's got to go outside. There's nowhere for him to go.
He better be careful with the 3 coming up behind him. The 3 could basically pin him.
And the 3 is going to get that lane 6.
Right now, you got Nielsen in 1, J. Mike in 2. Not quite sure where the 12 with Tate is going to end up. And outside.
Is he? It's going to be either inside or outside of Peabody.
Yeah, I don't know if Peabody's going to give him the room or not. And then you've got Shane all the way inside now as they come around the top end of the course. Nielsen in 1, start to pick them up as they come to the exit pin.
10 seconds.
J. Michael in 2, Peabody looks like he's in lane number 3. Then you've got Tate in lane 4, Shane in 5, Jimmy King in lane 6, and the trailer boat Vilwalk. It was a really close start, and look at on the inside, the boat speed
as they head down the Griggs backstretch, but 4 boats, you can throw a blanket over them.
You got a rooster tail and Timmy on your outside, rooster tail and a half.
For J. Michael Kelly and the Miss Tri-Cities on the Griggs Ace Hardware backstretch to pull out in front as the drivers head up into Shell Sun Market turn number 3. The race leader is Miss Tri-Cities, the 8. Jamie Nielsen on the inside, though, as they come around the exit pin of Buffalo Brothers turn number 4. It's a good run for Nielsen on the inside, and looking on the outside, Peabody may be challenging his teammate. And it's really hard to see Nielsen all the way on the inside. Oh, Nielsen's fallen back a little ways. Boat speed is going to be on the outside with Tate, but it's going to be J. Mike leading into turn number 1, Butch Finnegan.
Yeah, J. Michael Kelly's got about 3/4 of a rooster tail lead on teammate Corey Peabody. Then it is Tate.
So now Tate's going to get by him for 3rd place. It's a 5-lap race, though. We're only on lap 2, but right now it's J. Mike.
J. Michael Kelly up the backstretch with the lead. His teammate Corey Peabody in 2nd place, about a half a rooster tail back. Then a rooster tail behind him is Tate in the Graham Trucking. Another rooster tail back behind Jamie Nielsen and Jimmy Shane. Shane on the outside has not challenged. Will he have something to challenge as we move through the final lap? Corey Peabody, a half a rooster tail back. Can Peabody reel him in? He's going to try down the front stretch. Can he catch him before Butch Finnegan turn number 1? He's going to try.
Man, they are rocking and rolling down here, and I'm telling you,
watch Jimmy Shane on the outside.
The wing and the fairings are folded up on the 8, so there's going to be trouble with Kelly's boat line. Keep an eye on Peabody.
Yeah, he's got one of the fairings has gone off the boat by Corey Peabody with a great turn. He's now half a rooster tail behind, and the 12, Andrew Tate, loses power. He is in the water right here in front of me. Jimmy Shane battling Jamie Nielsen for 3rd. Vilwalk has taken 6th place, will now be in 5th place in the boat, the U40.
Well, the race goes up to the Shell Sun Market turn number 3. And the inside boat, J. Michael Kelly, the Miss Tri-Cities in the lead. How close does he hold it to the buoy line? Really close. That was a wonderful turn in Buffalo Brothers turn number 4 onto the Payne West Insurance front stretch. Jimmy Shane now will be able to take away 3rd place coming through rough water at the exit pit of Buffalo Brothers turn number 4, trying to get around Jamie Nielsen. Nielsen on the inside, Shane on the outside for 3rd place. 1st place, it's still J. Michael Kelly into Butch Finnegan turn number 1.
Got half a rooster tail. They got to be careful with that wing sitting down here in lane number 2. But right now it is strong racing running 1-2.
Yeah, he bounced it off the water in Tire Factory turn 2. He can't quite get the speed at Corey Peabody flying behind him.
Did a great job on that turn. And Peabody with the lead by 2 boat lengths. Jimmy Shane has taken over 3rd place. Jamie Nielsen in 4th. Heading up the back stretch. On the inside, J. Michael Kelly will try to pull even with his teammate Corey Peabody. Peabody looked like he went out wide, and he hit some really rough water. The white flag is out for the HAPO Columbia Cup 2021. Race leader remains Corey Peabody. Can he hold off his teammate? He's pulling away down the front stretch from J. Michael Kelly. Jimmy Shane in 3rd, Jamie Nielsen in 4th.
Jimmy King is going off the course.
Coming down to the lower part of the race course here. The white flag is hung. This is it. It is Corey Peabody with a rooster tail now on his teammate as he flies the boat. Got to get through the rough water. Kevin, bring him around.
Yeah, Corey Peabody does it beautifully, though. Poor J. Michael Kelly. Boy, now the wing is gone, that boat. Now the fairing goes down, so he's riding without either fairing or the wing. So he's just going to try to nurse this home. But Jimmy Shane...
Can Shane catch him?
I think he's got a lot more boat speed, but not a lot of time left.
Coming up the backstretch, Corey Peabody, the race leader. Strong racing, could have a 1-2 finish. Can Jimmy Shane? I don't think Jimmy Shane can challenge the damaged boat of J. Michael Kelly for that 2nd place. Off the exit pin of Buffalo Brothers turn number 4 onto the Payne West Insurance front stretch. Corey Peabody. Pinnacle Peak Consulting to the JMC Motorsports start-finish line and a checkered flag for strong racing. Miss Tri Cities will finish second, and Jimmy Shane in the home straight a third place finish. The battle for fourth out on the course, Jamie Nielsen onto the front stretch, and he will come to start finish and take fourth place. What a run for the Strong Racing team. And J. Michael Kelly had the lead, but gave it up. Damage to the boat may have cost him an opportunity to get the victory. And it's Corey Peabody who performed so well right out of the box down at Guntersville, Alabama, in the first race of the season with top qualifier and a heat win. And now he gets the championship here. So it did not finish for the 12 and the 3. Tate and Jimmy King, unfortunately, did not finish. Pinnacle Peak Consulting, the 9, gets the victory. We'll start to see some speeds put up there, but it really wasn't the speed so much as it was the competitive racing. Corey Peabody's pretty darn excited, isn't he?
Yeah, I just got here. He's up on the top of the air scoop. He is one happy dude, as you might imagine. Darrell Strong, wherever he might be. This is Guntersville all over again, with the exception, this time it's Corey's on top. Corey won the first heat in Guntersville. He won the one you want to win here in the Tri-City. Win that last one.
Take your helmet off! Take the helmet off! Take your hands off.
So excited. Yeah. Well, he should be. Well,
somebody hold the helmet. Damn, man. Hold the helmet.
Yes, baby. Hi, buddy.
Oh, hold on a second.
Hold on. Yeah. Well, he just went in the river.
Time to cool off a little, huh?
Well, and maybe some. Now we got 3 of them. If I was wearing a Strong shirt, I'm not sure I'd stand too close to things around here. Oh my goodness. If ever there is a statement for the thrill of victory, this is it. This is it. Corey Peabody, he is all smiles. He's going to get some help coming up on the dock. He jumps. I tell you, he's going to be a whole lot cooler. That's for darn sure.
No doubt.
And we're getting the rest of the crowd up here. Oh, boy.
Thank you.
This is really something special.
Well, we all talked about it in the lead up to the race and how rough the conditions would get, and look what happened.
Look what happened. There's going to be a lot of interviews on this one. We'll find Darrell and Vanessa at some point. I've got my way up to him. He is all wet, as you might imagine, but he is also all smiles. Corey Peabody, just try and put this into words, young man.
I can't. We worked really hard. You know, we've been fighting speed all weekend, and we know it's there. We just had to find it. And we got the crew that found it. My crew, our owners, Pinnacle Peak, the 9 team, the Tri team, so excited. My first win. I don't even know what to say, really.
Well, first of all, slow down. You got it. It's yours.
Yeah.
You did it. It all happened, and you had to drive around your teammate. You had to drive around your buddy, J. Michael Kelly. Obviously, he lost some hardware on the back of the boat, but even before that, you were staying right in that right side rear view mirror. You were going to give it all you had.
Yeah, I just was, Campbell was telling me just be patient. Just be patient. We got 5 laps. We got 5 laps, just be patient. We knew the stuff was coming off. You know, it's tough luck for him. He's worked his tail off. But I saw the stuff coming off. Campbell just said, patient, 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 patient. We got 5 laps. And there it is, you know, so we got the race on the water. We'll see what it is in the tech truck. Hope everything's good. But I couldn't be more proud for Daryl and Vanessa, their hometown, to get this win. What an honor it's been to drive for them. Everyone here at the Tri-Cities, thank you so much for having us. Thank you for your support with this Tri-Cities team, and we won it.
You won it. You won it. And you talk about all the hard work that J. Michael Kelly did. I remember the conversation in Guntersville when Darrell Strong told me nobody works harder than Corey Peabody. Here comes a crew chief. Brian Haney is in here now. And oh boy, now the smiles are starting to turn to tears. It's pretty emotional right here, as well you might imagine, guys. This is something very, very special. They don't want to let go. Corey, that said it all right there. You are the winner of the 2021 HAPO Columbia Cup. Next year, you can put your crew underneath all that shade, but for right now, you're the champion. Congratulations, young man.
Thank you very much.
This is so good. Corey Peabody, everybody, you're a winner.
It was just neat to see boats, something on the water, go that fast.
My
just
first
seemed so
experience,
impossible.
The log boom, Lake Washington,
1984.
I had never seen a rooster tail in my life, and it it changed my sports outlook. I instantly became a racing fan the first time I saw the rooster tail.
Yeah, and then the first race that I had a chance to see here, and Brad was a part of the broadcast back in '99. I was out on a rescue boat by the Blue Bridge. And Chip Hanauer was in the Pico American Dream and flipped up here at the top end of the course. And I was warned if there's an accident on the course, we're going to yell, "Hold on," and that's it. You better hold on.
Hold on.
And that's what we heard as we head right up there. And we actually had the diver aboard our boat that went in, and Chip was fine. He had pretty much extricated himself by himself after that happened. And that's a credit to the sport and how the sport has changed. With the, we look at these vintage boats with the open cockpit, and you just think about how much it's changed and how much safer the sport has become because of the closed cockpit and the charge led by Bernie Little and others.
Absolutely. I mean, you see some of those old boats and the bright orange helmet. It almost looks like the proverbial cherry on top of a sundae.
It is.
But you're completely 360 degrees exposed to anything bad that can happen.
Right. Well, the thought was then that if you, and Brad, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the thought was then if there was an incident, you would fly free and you would be okay.
That's correct, and that was the idea because the boats, you go way back into the early 1950s, the idea was to, strap yourself in with seat belts, and then we found out on Lake Washington when the Quicksilver went down, the driver and the riding mechanic at the time, back in 1951, they unfortunately lost their lives because the boat dove to the bottom of the lake and they were strapped in. And then the thought process was, let's get them thrown clear. And then it kind of changed back a little bit from 1982 to 1983. The cockpit of the Atlas van lines was changed dramatically, and we took Chip Hanauer, who used to sit up pretty high in that 82 Atlas van lines, which looks a lot like the Atlas van lines we have here now, but in 83 it was an entirely different looking hydroplane. They dropped his rear end, if you will, down about 18 inches in that boat, put him way down inside the cockpit, and they reinforced the cockpit around him. And the idea was make that the strongest part of the boat so it would absorb the energy and not the driver and other parts of the boat. So there was different theories at the time. But then when we had a couple of difficult years in 1981 and 1982, and Anheuser-Busch went to Bernie Little and said, we either make this thing safe or we got to get out of this. And Bernie, God bless him, he put a whole bunch of his own money into building that bubble bud, and that's what started the whole thing. And by 1989, it was required that you had the enclosed canopies on every one of our boats, and we see it time and time again, most recently with Corey Peabody on the Ohio River.
Getting word, Brad, that there may be a possible N2 violation on the 9 on the second run for J. Michael Kelly. So we will find out more details as they become available in the 9. And that is Lynx Healthcare presents Miss Tri-Cities. And that may jeopardize that 159 and change that he put up earlier today.
Brad, I want to do a quick follow-up on what you were discussing. Like when Chip Hanauer had to, as you say, go down about 18, how much of an adjustment is that for the driver? Obviously, the safety is the number one priority, but how much of an adjustment period did it take the drivers to get used to that new look?
It was a very big difference, and Chip said it was very hard to get used to, and he spent a lot of time talking with Indy drivers like Johnny Rutherford, and they were telling him how to drive from almost a prone position. All of a sudden, your body was almost laying down instead of sitting up. And you watch our vintage boats come out here, especially look at the Atlas Van Lines, and it's Kip Brown that's behind the wheel of that one. And they all are, but especially on that one, because that was similar to Chip's boat. I mean, you guys were talking about being way out there and exposed, and that's what they were. But then all of a sudden, you're not sitting in them anymore. You're darn near laying down in a prone position. He said it took a lot of getting used to, but they talked to Indy guys, and that helped.
Right. Brad?
Yes, sir?
We didn't see it, or in my case, I didn't hear it when you were in Guntersville. But it looks like we may have that matchup that everybody's been talking about coming up tomorrow in Heat 1B.
Have we got a draw?
We do.
Oh, talk to me. Talk to me, Goose. Come on. What do you?
Right.
Come on, info boy.
Well, thanks to Tana.
That Tana.
Thanks, Tana.
Yeah. Who's here with the H1 Unlimited group, and appreciate her being our liaison.
Well,
so
it's
for
legit.
Heat 1A, you've got the 11. That'd be Joker's Casino, Jamie Nielsen. The 9, J. Michael Kelly. And the Lynx Healthcare, Miss Tri-Cities. And the 3, that is the Griggs. Yeah, now you know what it is. You've got the Griggs Ace Hardware KO&A boat in Heat 1A. So Heat 1B will have the 91, Goodman Real Estate with Jeff Bernard, the 1, Jimmy Shane in the Home Street, and the 40, Beacon Plumbing with Dave Vilwalk.
Nice.
Dun-dun-dun.
Now, so all of you can set your watches for this event. Heat 1B tomorrow will be at 2:20 p.m.
2:20.
Okay.
2:20.
And 1A?
That's 1B.
That's 1B. When is 1A?
1A will be at
2 o'clock. Or 2:10.
1:55.
1:55. All right. Start making your plans.
Yeah,
we're just getting started.
I plan to be right here, Kurt.
I'm going to be right here with you.
That is incredible.
That's going to be some good racing.
How long have we been waiting to hear that? And I was every heat draw from Guntersville. I was waiting to hear that, and didn't.
It didn't, and you kept waiting. Okay, it'll be the second heat. Okay, we'll get it in the third. We'll get it in the fourth. Well, at least they're going to be together in the final, and then that didn't happen.
And now on Friday, we hear it that it's going to happen tomorrow.
That's awesome. I like it.
I love it.
Not to get ahead of ourselves, any word on the dash for cash coming up 5 o'clock this afternoon? Anybody say I'm in? I'm not. Kind of quiet on that front.
I have not heard anything on that front, but I think as soon as we get done with this GP heat,
we'll find out. All right.
Let me look at the schedule here a little bit. We got.
It's got to be getting close.
Who's coming? We got the E350 coming up next, right? Nobody's moved yet.
Well, that's interesting. They should be thinking about it, and I hope that we have a better countdown.
Well, the first E350 get-together was less than textbook, shall we say?
Less than stellar.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, it left room for improvement.
Okay.
So
I guess we're making baby steps? Is that what you're saying?
Well, just like the qualification period, you just want to make improvement on each lap.
Each lap.
So each time out, we hope for improvement. Rochelle Hill obviously had the problem on the first, well, it was before the first lap. The boat went dead on the Griggs Ace Hardware backstretch for the E46 Tri-City Cider House Coffee Bean entry. Mike Jarvis will be in the yellow E6 Leisure Pool and Spa. Did not finish. Let's hope that they found something and corrected that. The first place finisher was Kurt Meyer in the E26 Strong Racing. And second place, John Rifle in the 226 Fast Signs Thorpe Fruit and Antique Mall.
Are these lane assignments random, or like you said, why was the gentleman who won the first race, why is he in lane 3?
Yeah, so I don't think, I have not heard that the 350s have lane assignments, only that the GPs. So that's something that we would need to clarify yet.
I see.
I think that's probably something, if you had some crackerjack pit reporters, they could probably go down and answer that question for you real quick. Translation, I'm on my way.
Well, that's fantastic. While you do that, I think we will take a pause and head back to the News Radio 610 KONA studios. Again, our forecast thanks to Anderson and Zentz Dental, now at 110 degrees at the Pasco Tri-Cities Airport. We'll look for a high of 111 tomorrow and about the same on Sunday. Late Sunday, there's that threat that we could see some clouds, maybe a thunderstorm, especially to the south of the Tri-Cities, pushing up from central Oregon. We'll see if that develops. But then we usher in a change next week with temperatures by Wednesday back into the mid-90s. By the end of the week, low 90s are expected. Anderson and Zentz Dental in South Kennewick, online at KennewickSmiles.com, bringing you our weather forecast throughout our event. Also, thanks to Farmers Exchange in historic downtown Kennewick, nearly 100 years now. Ready, set, mow. How's your mowing going? Time for a new Toro, Husqvarna, or Gravely? They're in stock and ready for free delivery in the Tri-Cities at Farmers Exchange. They have a complete power equipment parts and service center to make sure that you make it to the finish line. And all nursery items are 50% off now in the Nursery and Garden Center, including pottery. 215 West Canal Drive in historic downtown Kennewick and mowerhome.com.
It is all about the air show. HAPO Over the River Air Show with thanks to Bunch Finnegan Appliances. Get details about the leap into luxury appliance packages from Thermador, just under $10,000. The Bunch Finnegan Kitchen Pros will put it all together. Bunch Finnegan, 9 East Columbia Drive, Kennewick, and go to, that's the number 2, go to bunch.com.
Also, thanks to ESCO Electric. They bring you the DMZ infield. With the growing possibility of blackouts and brownouts, you need security and peace of mind. ESCO Electric is an authorized Generac backup generator dealer. When the power goes out, Generac gets to work. Reliable, portable, essential, ESCO Electric since 1972. Call today, 509-547-5504, or log on to letsgowithesco.com. Also, thanks to Tire Factory, where you can receive an instant $60 rebate on a set of 4 qualifying Firestone tires through August 14th. It's the Inflation Buster instant rebate. Pasco, Richland, Moses Lake, TireFactoryTC.com.
And everybody knows All Doors Incorporated, Turn 1 sponsorship, sprung on your garage. Call the pros at All Doors Incorporated, 547-2158. If it goes up or down, opens or closes, they can fix it right the first time with free estimates. That's All Doors, Inc.
And Golf Universe. How's your game? At Golf Universe, they have swing analysis, club fitting, new clubs in stock, or re-grip your old sticks. I did that. They did a nice job. Driving range and 2 putt-putt courses. It's all at Golf Universe on Clearwater in Kennewick.
I got FootJoy shoes there, you know.
Nice.
Okay.
I went with the Adidas. Take a time out, and we'll come back with more of our coverage of the 2022 HAPO Columbia Cup. News Radio 610 KONA and 610KONA.com. and Coffee Bean. The E6 Leisure Pool and Spa with Mike Jarvis. Kurt Meyer in the Strong Racing E26. And the E226 Fast Signs, Thorpe Fruit and Antique Mall with John Reipel.
It is just after 4 p.m. at KONA AM, Pasco, Richland, Kennewick, Water Follies Weekend 2022.
Glad you're along for the ride. And again, our title sponsor, Farmers Exchange. It was good to have Chris Ingersoll down here talking a little bit about their commitment to community events, and that's what it's all about for all of the local sponsors that climb on board to help every year. And no matter what it is, whatever's needed. Let's see. Not all boats are in the water. We're at 3, just inside 3 to the 5.
So it's still a cluster. We're just aware it's kind of a cluster.
Well, the clock is on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
And I think the clock's going to get stopped. You just got your second boat in the water.
Okay, so we may have a delay.
Yeah, Kurt Meyer
for the
is
350s.
in the water. Kurt Meyer's in the water. Yeah. Okay, and I just heard 5 minutes, but Rochelle Hill just put her boat in the water.
I'm just hearing that we're at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, well, okay.
They should push away from the dock about now.
Yeah, well, they're just, yes. So that's not going to happen. But as far as the lanes and the lane assignments,
yes, Brad,
et cetera, your intrepid pit reporters, we went after that story. It was a great story. It was also very short. No, they do not fight, or excuse me, yes, they will fight for lanes.
That's what I thought we saw in that first round.
Yeah. As confusing as that first one was, they will fight for lanes.
But honestly, Brad, the situation is if they're not away from the dock yet, inside the 5-minute mark, how do you fight for lanes? I mean, whoever gets out there is just going to grab a lane, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, and they're just now putting drivers in the boat. So it's not going to happen. And here comes the crane now. It's headed over to Mike Jarvis and the Reigning Thunder.
Looks like we'll slide the start time a little bit. That's what we're hearing.
I haven't even seen it yet. I just saw the tip of the sponson. I don't even know who it is, but we have a 5th E350. We were rumored to have 5. We've got 5.
It wasn't supposed to arrive until tomorrow.
Well, it's here. Huh. I can see the sponson. Also,
is it the E20? JJW Racing, Justin Weymouth? Is it black and red?
No, it's dark blue.
Oh, okay. Well, that could be dark blue. This isn't a very good photo.
It's dark blue.
Okay.
Looks kind of dark blue to me, Mike.
Or Schrock Racing, the 331.
That's the one.
Okay, good. Okay.
Schrock Racing. Oh yeah, you
I
know
did.
This guy.
Yep. We saw Jason up at the Richland Regatta.
I like to Schrock.
Schrock, baby.
Schrock Therapy is the name of the team.
Schrock on.
Yep.
Don't look for him in this particular heat. The boat is still on tilt. As here comes the E6 comes off. The E6 driven, and it was not driven by Mike Jarvis this morning, but it will be driven by Mr. Jarvis in this particular hill, the Leisure Pool and Spa. That'll be boat number 6. He comes off the trailer and heads toward the creek. The other thing that's going on, and our Glenn Boggin is staring it down right now, but down on the unlimited dock, we've got 3 of our 4 vintage hydroplanes are in the water.
Really?
Yep.
Well, we have a vintage dash coming up.
Yep.
Yeah, the Squire, the Atlas, and the U25 73 pay-in pack is in the water, waiting on the Griffin Bud. And we'll see if that's where the crane is headed. But we got 3 of those in the water, so things are going to happen around here at some point.
Fantastic.
Yes, sir. And our 3rd E350 is headed toward the river.
Well, that is a good sight. Now, the question is, where are we at on the clock? And we'll find out.
Now, there's been a lot of discussion.
Yep.
I went upstairs and talked with the officials up there, and they said, no. That's that was what I got. Was a lot of no.
That's all right.
That's all right.
Still so much to look forward to. Dash for Cash tomorrow. We've got the matchup between Vilwalk and Jimmy Shane.
Yeah.
Been looking forward to that the entire season.
Right, Derek? Tire Factory Turn 2?
Yeah, even going back to all season, I mean, and last year again, Jimmy Shane and company, like they're the two, they are seemingly the team to want to beat, but we saw even just a bit about it when they were doing the qualifying earlier. Vilwalk never won to turn away a challenge after Shane did set that fuel restricted qualifying record a little earlier here today.
Yeah, that was an amazing run out there. And Vilwalk was so close. That was a good qualifying session. Good for points. That's what it's all about.
What did we hear about J. Michael Kelly's run? Did he lose it to an N2?
Well, on his second pass.
But he did lose it to
That's
an N2?
the way we heard that it was under review. I don't know if we had a final decision issued yet.
Okay.
We're still trying to work out the timing issues right now with the clock for the E350s.
Well, we've got 3 of them in the water.
Well, that's a good start.
It's a good start. I'm looking to now. I can also tell you I've only got 3 radio people up above me.
So that may mean that one of them may not head out. Is it Rochelle?
Rochelle's in the water.
Okay. And Jarvis is ready.
Jarvis is. Well,
so the white boat is not out, John Rifle?
He's not out yet. Now the crane is moving with a sling on it.
Okay.
And they just got the sling on the Griffin Budweiser. Feel like on some level we're watching paint dry here, but
well, in this weather it would dry rather quickly.
It would indeed. Well, we're calling the picking and placing of the boats on the river.
Yeah, in fact, I don't think that any paint manufacturer would recommend painting in this weather.
No. And I'm assuming that sling, just because of the type of sling that it is, has got to be. It's the old style. Big crossbar thing that to pull that massive Griffin Budweiser up.
Yeah, and how about the crane operators? Lamson, thank you.
Absolutely.
That's
Lamson,
a long
thank
day.
you. And here comes John Rifles. Is the E226? Is that it?
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, we will get a 1 to the 5.
And when, or do we know?
We don't. We don't.
Okay. So Thorpe Fruit and Antique Mall. Also, it's got some sponsorship. Secondarily, the Fast Signs. That will be John Rifles E226. Comes off the trailer and heads toward the water.
John was also at the Richland Regatta.
John's one of the nicest guys you'd ever want to meet. He and his entire family, and this is a family affair.
And didn't he go into the boat school?
He did.
And then he just had to buy a boat, and he did like the same day or something?
He did it in Pateros, Washington.
Yeah.
He signed up for the APBA driving school, took his 10 laps up on the Columbia River at Pateros, and before we drove out Sunday night, he'd closed the deal to buy this hull, and he went racing.
Wow.
And I happened to be with him. He was a rookie all year, so he carried the X on the side of the boat. Indicative of him being a rookie and everything that goes along with that. His final race of the season was down at Lake Spanaway, and when it was done at the awards ceremony, he stood up in front of everybody and said, "I'm inviting everybody that'll come down to my boat. We're going to tear the X off the side of that boat." That's always a big moment when you get to take that rookie brand off your boat. And just right now, that E226 kisses into the Columbia River, and the Griffin Budweiser is just about down to the river as well.
Yeah, John Rifle with a fully loaded racing team. The Trust Company, one of their sponsors. And locally, Fast Signs and Thorpe Fruit and Antique Mall, which you'll see driving up in between. Oh, well, Thorpe is actually just outside of Ellensburg, but you'll see it up there on the 90.
Yeah, I think anybody that's driven across Snoqualmie Pass or gone from the Tri-Cities to the west side over Snoqualmie knows where that Thorpe Fruit Mart and Antique Store is. We've probably all stopped.
Yes, we have. Yeah, it's a perfect location to stop.
I'm not sure if their sign's big enough.
It's
kind of hard to miss.
It is. It's really hard to miss. The only time we had the Wallowa Lake Tramway tow rope out today was for Rochelle in the first heat of racing for the E350s. And let's hope that they figured out whatever the issue was with that boat so we get to see her finish.
Yeah, with Wallowa Lake and the tow rope, you just never know if you're going to get your mentions. Hopefully you don't.
No.
But in some cases,
sure.
you do.
You do.
You do.
Because we will. It's a wonderful place. We look forward to traveling there every year, at least once.
Never been there, but I think I need to go now.
Yeah, there's something about it. It's there's a spirit around Wallowa Lake and the mountains that you just can't find anywhere else. It's not and a lot of people think of Leavenworth, and that it's not like that. It's more just out of the way.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah,
So
it's just fun.
I'm also intrigued with the timing of things.
Well, we're still on that slide right now for the E350. Let's head over to Tire Factory turn number 2, and Derek's been over there all day. The crowd has filled in, especially in the middle portion and some of the special areas, special seating areas. You can see all the tents, and there's quite a few people out over there.
Oh, yeah. I think for as much talk as the Kennewick side of things gets over here along the backstretch of Wade Park on the Pasco, and certainly we did see more with the way it was a little different last time around. Here it's a little more private, but it still makes for a very nice atmosphere, I'll say. Still certainly very hot on this side of the river. I don't think we have quite as much tree coverage as you guys do over there. Fortunately, I've got this fine blue umbrella that I've had overhead most of the day, and most folks out on this side too have brought their own tents, and I mean they've all done this before, so they're looking pretty shaded and cool out there so far.
We just got the heads up on the 1 to the 5, so we will get our countdown for a 5 to the 5 coming up inside 1 minute. And that blue umbrella that you're sporting over there in the Freedom Equipment Lift, that is from Griggs Ace Hardware, along with all of the box fans that we have.
Well, I thank them kindly because I don't know what I would do without it.
Well, it wouldn't be a good day without it.
It would be a very red day with one's complexion such as my own.
There would be not enough sunscreen for you.
Got 10 seconds to the 5-minute marker.
So our countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. All right, so we...
And right when you said mark, Kurt Meyer hit the ignition and he's away from the dock. In the E26, Strong Racing right behind him. Here comes Rochelle.
All right, we are on the 5-minute countdown. So Kurt Meyer was out of the pits first, but Rochelle passes on the outside, heading towards Tire Factory turn number 2, and Derek Maselli.
Yeah, and it all makes this more interesting. As I believe we all came to the consensus a little earlier on, they will be vying for lane positioning, correct?
Yes. Yes, and that is the race before the race, Derek.
Yes, makes it all the more intriguing here as they do round Tire Factory turn number 2 along the Griggs backstretch, heading off toward 3. So far, they're the only 2, but I am seeing a third boat now heading out onto the course.
That would be the white boat, the 226 with John Rifle. And then Jarvis would be coming out of the pit, struggling to get up on plane. And remember, didn't finish in the first heat, but it was another driver, Brad, in the cockpit in race number 1 for the E350s.
Yeah, you've got all 4 of them out on the water now. 3 minutes and 42 seconds, 3:40 until the start of our E350s.
So they are fighting for lanes and lane position, and they want to be at full throttle when they hit the start-finish line when the clock counts down to 0. Setting up right now in lane number 1 off the exit pin of turn number 2. It's a 2-turn race here that we'll call. So the top end turn to the start-finish.
Coming up on 310 to the start.
Kurt Meyer down the front stretch. Rifle will be on his right side in lane number 2, the white boat. Rochelle Hill has now crossed start finish and is heading down the front stretch. We'll see what lane she gets left with.
Always fascinating as the jockeying continues. You have one of the boats basically at the top end of the course, the others pretty much starting to pack together. Somebody knows something that somebody doesn't. That's the chess match as you approach the start-finish line.
Well, the question is, who is it and what do they know?
I don't know, but somebody seems to know something.
Out.
Yeah.
So Rochelle right now, the exit pin at turn number 1, heading up the Griggs backstretch. Jarvis is up on the plane. He's got the yellow boat and red highlights. That's the 6 Leisure Pool and Spa. Cutting across the infield is going to be Mike. No, check that, Kurt Meyer in the Strong Racing entry. That's the other yellow boat.
Yeah, so Kurt's going to come down here and grab the inside lane as Jarvis is coming down in the Leisure Pool and Spa way on the outside as we are now inside 2 minutes. Inside 2 minutes to the start down here in the lower corner. That is Mike Jarvis, Leisure Pool and Spa. And now coming down to the lower end of the race course is Kurt Myers, Strong Racing.
Rochelle Hill also cut through the Esco Electric DMZ to the front stretch and is
down.
Yep, she has lost power in lane number 1. after she came through, and she's trying to get it fired back up.
Come
That's
on.
not a good place to be either.
No, Rifle is going into turn number 1 now. And will head by Jarvis as they head to the exit pin of turn number 1.
Trying to get it started.
Rochelle is not having any luck getting it back up on plane yet. You can see she's trying to turn it over, but it's just not catching.
Yeah, and that seemed to be something that happened. It was a similar problem in the first heat a little earlier this morning, guys.
We're coming up on 1 minute.
1 minute. 1 minute.
1 minute, and the boat at the top end of the course is going to be way early. That'll be Jarvis. Backstretch could be in good position on the backstretch right now is Kurt Meyer in the 26 Strong Racing. But Rochelle still unable to get it lit. Rifle across the start-finish line now, so he'll have to go all the way around.
You just lost. So who's that at the top end of the race course? I can't see the two yellow boats and tell them apart.
Yep, that's the 26 with Kurt Meyer.
All right, so Meyer's at the top end. He's going to sit there and just now that what's.
Yeah, Jarvis is heading back to the pits.
Yeah, Jarvis is going to come back. So just like that, you're down to a 2-boat heat.
And Rifle's out of position.
Yeah, because you're in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. There's a term in boat racing called ragged.
It's a clean start, and it looks like another victory, barring the unforeseen, for Kurt Meyer and the Strong Racing E26. Rifle is on the backstretch, a half track away from the race leader. In fact, more than that now. Into turn number 1, heading over to the Pasco shoreline. Our tire factory reporter, that's Derek Maselli.
Yeah, and at this point, again, really, it does seem like it's Myers to lose. Much was the case in the first heat, where these bizarre starts have just really been kind of, well, disorganized would seem like an understatement.
Correct. But honestly, you can tell that Kurt Meyer was the only one that had it timed right at the start.
Yeah, I think there's an issue with some communication, because a better job was done this second time around as far as where we were on the clock, and that's got to be radioed to the drivers, especially if you can cut across the infield. There's really no way you should be this far off in the start.
And Brad, as soon as the drivers push away and they know that the 5-minute mark has been made, they have a clock on their own dash.
Yeah, they've all got stopwatches in there. So, I mean, and there's a lot of communication going on. So I understand a ragged start every once in a while, but boy, we've had 2 of them back to back. Now, the first one wasn't necessarily all the driver's fault. I think we had issues with the clocks, but
yes,
that one was tough. And unfortunately, you compounded the whole thing by your 4 boats were down to 2 before you even got inside the 1 minute.
Yeah, poor Rochelle. That's just a shame to see that boat floating down the front stretch with no power. John Rifle, meanwhile, is going to come off of the exit pin at turn number 2. The Buffalo brothers are up there having fun on the Kennewick side. Rifle onto the front stretch, across the start-finish line.
So what are you hoping to accomplish on this? Obviously, you're not going to win the race, so is this a chance for an advanced sort of testing? Because there's more chop out on the water now than there was just when you were by yourself earlier.
Yeah, it's a good question, because the drivers out there don't seem to be backing off the throttle, yet they're not pushing that hard either. They want to save their equipment, because this is just the second race, and they've got many more to come.
Yeah, they just want to make sure they can finish now.
Yep.
It's a little bit of a test session. You're right.
White flag is out for Strong Racing, Kurt Meyer.
So these guys just want to finish now, pick up their points. John Rifle, I know, I talked with him this morning. I said he's a great guy. I went down and met and talked with he and his family. He just wants to come out here and he wants to hit the start-finish line side by side with Kurt Myers and see if he can beat him. Did you get a checkered flag for Kurt? Because he's coming home.
Well, so the screen says final lap, so I thought that perhaps maybe they're keeping that out because John Rifle has not finished yet. So, didn't look up to see the checkered flag, Brad, but to answer your question, he obviously feels that there was one out. No, he's turning to go back and finish.
Somebody gave him the word.
Oh, no.
Had Rifle been coming.
But did he go outside the outer markers?
He did not go outside the white buoys here.
All right.
But he clearly lost count.
Doesn't look like it's going to cost him, but adds a little Little excitement to a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, in this case, much better late than never.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I'm on the corral level here, and I got to think there's a radio guy going, what are you doing? Go. Don't come any further.
No.
One more.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that was the white flag. So, final lap now for Kurt Myers.
I think the Meyer team will have a frank discussion later on this evening.
Yes, I would think so. Wow.
There it is.
He almost allowed Rifle to catch up.
All right, I am off of the. We got GPs headed into the water now. Our vintage hydroplanes are in the water, all 4 of them. I am on the move, headed down. Our Glenn Vaughan is right above the dock here for the E350s.
Checkered flag is out for John Rifle across the Mosteller Memorial start-finish line. And Rochelle will wait again for the Wallowa Lake Tramway tow rope to be tossed her direction for a slow ride back to the Lamson pits.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I've got an open mic here walking past the crane because they're putting the GPs in, but I'm going to get Mike Jarvis, who's back up here. I'm walking away from the crane now. I'm going to go up by Mike, who's got a smile on his face, but let's find out what happened. Mr. Jarvis, my friend, what happened?
We're running the new LS platform with the carburetor instead of the injection like Rochelle. So John thinks that the box, the computer program that he has for the engine, is thinking that the engine is overheating. So we're not just getting the power. I only had about 4,500 RPMs out there, so I just brought it back in to keep everything safe.
So we'll look for you later on in the weekend. Nothing broke. It's just maybe some monitors.
Nothing yet, but we're looking to come out here. Chirac just got here with his boat, so we're going to put on a good show tomorrow and Sunday.
Get a good night's sleep. You're going to need it.
Yes, sir.
All right, my friend. There you go. Mike Jarvis, he's one of the nicest guys you'd want to meet down here as well. Always has fun with his boat racing. And as you heard, they've just got some monitor or something problems there.
Isn't that interesting how sometimes you have to fool the computer?
Yeah. Yeah, you like that?
Yes.
Guys, I am going to step away from the microphone for just a moment. Our Glenn Vaughan is down on the dock. He is right next to the Strong Racing entry and Kurt Myers. Head on in there, and when you can, Glenn, get our winner of that particular heat. I'm going to step away for a minute. Then I think we got vintage boats coming up next.
Rochelle, by the way, has the tow rope tossed to her, and she will be taken back to the pit area, the tow rope. On News Radio 610 KONA, brought to you by Wallowa Lake Tramway. It's a wonderful scenic ride to the top of the 8,100-foot Mount Howard aboard the Wallowa Lake Tramway. The vistas, the views, it's time for a getaway to the Wallowas in Northeast Oregon. Check it out now at WallowaLakeTramway.com. Plan your getaway.
I'm going to go.
Much cooler up there at the top of the mountain as well.
I can probably imagine. So thoughts on, they just got to get their timing down, and I know that they will. But not the best effort so far.
Yeah, well, a solid effort. Now, that being said, in this second running, Kurt Meyer had it timed out perfectly for the beginning.
Which brings a point of, is there...
So is it a team issue for the others, or what? You know, we don't know exactly what happened.
Is there a minimum speed limit in this classification of boats?
They can park and start.
Okay. So, and even by his standards, he was still a good 10, 15 seconds off the start. So there's room for improvement.
But he was in position.
Of course.
You know, full throttle, green flag. That's what you want. So, again, congratulations. Second victory out there for Strong Racing. Kurt Meyer in the 26. Second place finish will go to the entry for John Rifle, 226. Fast Signs, Thorpe Fruit and Antique Mall. As we will head back down to the pits and collect our winner with our American Radiator pit reporters coming up. American Radiator, they've been keeping the Northwest cool since 1979, so it makes sense that they keep this year's Columbia Cup cool with updates from the Lamson pits. Have some heating problems, overheating problems? Solve them at AmericanRadiator.com. Also, thanks, Vintage Hydroplane coverage on KONA. Thanks to Legends Casino and Hotel. And what a great lineup they have coming up. Trace Adkins, Daughtry, Lone Star, Kansas, the Commodores, Yakima Valley Bigfoot Con. It's all happening at Legends Casino and Paradise every Thursday in August. Your chance to win big money rolling the dice. Legends Casino, they have a beautiful hotel, too. It's up in Toppenish.
Appreciate their sponsorship of the vintage hydros. I should have about 4 of them here shortly.
Also, a wrap-up of today's events coming up in our Rooster Tail wrap-up show, thanks to Gravis Law. If you've been in an accident, call Gravis Law to find out what kind of compensation you're entitled to. Gravis Law understands and cares and makes it uncomplicated for you. And, of course, our title sponsor, Farmers Exchange in historic downtown Kennewick. All nursery items now 50% off, including the pottery that's out in the full-service nursery and garden center. West Canal Drive in historic downtown Kennewick, and mowerhome.com. Glenn.
All right, we're sitting here with Kurt Myers, winner of that heat. Let's start, I guess, on the more positive side. Boy, you had it timed really well. It seemed like you had a good start to that heat.
Yeah, I was close on the start. I was even then a little bit behind because my clock went dead on me again. I had to reset it and get rolling. But, yeah, so I was a tad bit behind on the start. There was some confusion on the flagging. I think I ended up racing 4 laps. But anyway, we just, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But on the other side, the boat's running good. Thanks again to Strong Racing, Four Seasons Farm Supply, and all the family and friends that come help get this thing in and out of the water, because it's always a chore to do that.
You know, we're not interested in necessarily pointing any fingers, but explain to us what happened, because even among the broadcasting team, we couldn't figure out, were you on your final lap? Do you have one more to go? So walk us through what exactly was going down.
Well, I was counting in my head, and I think, boy, I'm sure I've done 3 by this point. And my radio guy said, "You're clear." So I thought he meant, yeah, you're clear to come off the course. So I started heading this way, and then I heard a black flag, white flag, just go do one more lap. So I don't know. The last heat, I ran 5 laps. This one, I ran 4 laps. So I don't know what's going on, to be honest with you. I'm just trying to keep the boat running.
It's been a unique day between communication problems, running extra laps, maybe not running enough laps. What are your thoughts after day 1?
I'm sure they'll have it straightened out for day 2.
All right, Kurt, thanks so much for the time.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, interesting insight from somebody inside the cockpit.
And he's honest about the situation.
Yeah.
So,
good job, Glenn. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Asking those tough questions. I mean, like, what's the deal?
Well, they've just like anything, you know, this is day 1. They have a lot to work on, and we have plenty of time to get there. And I know Brad was trying to chase down another story down in the pits, as the vintage boats should be heading back to the water shortly, and what will be maybe one of the most photographed events.
Yeah, that's a great point. What's the best photograph so far today? Probably the Heritage Flight.
Oh boy!
Or these 4 that are going to be lined up and coming down the front straight away.
How about the Red Bull helicopter upside down?
Upside down and doing loop-de-loops. Only thought
that's
that
the technical term.
Yeah, loop-de-loops. Know the audience, sir.
I like it. I know what loop-de-loops are.
Yep.
And you tell me what the real name is, I'm going to go, what's that?
What is that?
Yeah.
What's that? I need Red Bull that gives me wings.
We've got, I heard you guys talking about our vintage boats. They are in the water. I see 1, 2, 3, 4.
4 of them, Brad?
Yeah, I think, oh, there you go. I think I'm back. You've got 4 umbrellas hanging over 4 open cockpits.
I got you.
So
little shade down there.
Yeah, as soon as they pop those things out of the boat, close up those umbrellas, I think we will be ready to go. We got a little bit of a traffic jam here at the E350 pit because
everybody gets back at the same time and wants a lift up to the trailer.
Well, and while we're on the topic of these vintage boats, guys, one of the things that stands out, I think, an obvious difference in weather like this is most of these older style models, they don't have the fully enclosed cockpits. You'd like to think that maybe that makes things a little nicer in these kinds of conditions, but I guess I'm not so certain.
Yeah, I don't know about that either. A little airflow would be nice, and in the cockpit, you just don't get that at all. Full driver suit, that's not a comfortable situation.
Well, having some quality time on the Columbia River. I love the cool pockets. Even on days that are hotter than heck, you go on certain levels of the river and there'll be cool pocket.
Yeah.
And you kind of turn into it and try to ride the pocket for a little while because you know the furnace heat is coming sooner or later. So, yeah, you can pick and choose your spots.
So, Derek, you've got the eagle-eye view from Tire Factory turn number 2. Are all the vintage boats out there? Are they going to push away pretty quick?
Well, I am squinting from over here, but yes. I would agree.
Squire has been pushed away.
Hey, just a reminder for all of the boat race fans that may be out in the water now, it's time to get up on the shore. The boats will be heading out of the pits. So anytime hydroplanes are out on the river, you need to be up on the shore, please. There we go.
Here we go. First up, the U2, the 1979 Squire Shop. Winner here in 1981. The boat has come away from the dock, but has not lit yet. It appears, and I don't know who's driving, but I'm taking a guess it is Mr. Hanauer, judging from the helmet. And Chip is, oh, he's pushing 100 feet away from the dock. Here he goes. Come on, Chip, there, just like you used to do, and there he goes. He is away. So Hanauer is away in the Squire Shop, the brand new vintage hydroplane from the Hydroplane and Raceboat Museum. Here we go. Somebody's getting excited up here. Mr. Compton points out we got 4 Rolls-Royce motors coming out, all open stack, 3 Goodmans, 1 Griffin. And us old guys like us, we get pretty excited about this. So Derek, you've got the 79 version of the Squire Shop right in front of you, and here comes the Blue Blaster.
Oh yeah, nice and beautiful red.
There we go.
One thing that just always seems so different, too, is just those tail fins and that horizontal stabilizer and the look on some of these vintage models as well.
Yeah, you got the, Bill Muncie's Blue Blaster. 3 of these boats had great nicknames. You had the Winged Wonder, the Blue Blaster, the Juggernaut. I don't know that we ever had one for the Squire. Pan Pack is away, the 73 pack. This is our conventional hydroplane with the driver sitting behind the motor. Mickey Riemann, George Henley, oh man, did they make this boat go in 1973 and 1974. For those of us, again, of a certain vintage, we'll never forget that race in 1973. Sometimes referred to as the greatest hydroplane race nobody ever saw, because it was just shrouded in rain and fog. It was on Lake Washington, the big 3-mile race course. And oh gosh, the first time we ever had 120-mile-an-hour laps turned in competition. And we're waiting on the Griffin, and I saw a couple of puffs out of it, but the boat is still sitting at the dock.
The Budweiser?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering if maybe they're not just holding the Bud there and try and time this a little better. He did try and start it, and it didn't catch, but now the boats are all the way up at the top end of the race course, and here he comes. Yeah, if they were just holding him, here it comes. I think he's away.
Kind of like J. Michael Kelly leaving the docks late, huh?
Yeah, wow.
Part of the strategy.
Andrew Tate would be proud. So you got them all. Derek, that is quite a piece of history that's sitting right near a lap.
Oh, that it is, and we've seen a little bit of this boat earlier on during the H1 Unlimited qualifying, taking a spin midway through it. We know this boat can move.
Yeah, watch David up here. See what he does. He's got the other 3 boats coming down the front straightaway. David's starting to leg it out a little bit. I thought he might. He's going to run up and just catch him. But this is going to be something special. Michael McDonald, take him away. You got 3 right in your lap.
And it's a parade lap as they come over the front stretch. Pan Pack on the inside. Squire Shop lane 2. The Blue Blaster in lane number 3. And look at David Williams at the top end of the course in that Budweiser at the exit pin of turn number 4 onto the front stretch. He is trying to reel them all in, and they're kind of waiting for him.
That's exactly what they're doing, Michael. They're waiting for him. He's also showing us a 109-mile-an-hour lap today. He'll slow down now as he pulls up alongside. You were talking about a photo op. Now the other 3 boats see him to their right and on the outside. Lane number 1 is the Pan Pack. Lane number 2, the Squire Shop. Lane number 3, the Atlas Van Lines. Lane number 4, and on the outside, the Griffin Budweiser. Final heat time of the 1981 Columbia Cup. Those 4 boats were all in it. Look at David Williams, Derek. He's right out against the outside course markers in that Griffin Bud.
Oh, that is. Talk about living life right on the edge. He's got to be within maybe 3 feet of that buoy, trying to take it now on the outside as we got some racers here jockeying for position. Looks like some movement in the middle there, Lanes.
Wow. Absolutely incredible on the Griggs backstretch.
Takes your breath away, doesn't it?
What an amazing sight.
Welcome to the time warp almost 40 years ago.
Pack, Squire, Atlas, Budweiser.
41 years, actually.
You could throw a blanket over them. They are deck to deck to deck to deck as they come up into Shell Sun Market, turn number 3 at the top end of the course.
White flag.
Be a beautiful sight to see them as they come around the apex into White's Finished Furniture, turn number 4. Our Buffalo brother friends up at turn number 4 too.
Get your cameras ready.
And there it is. There's your photo. That and the upside down Red Bull helicopter. Get the cameras out as they come to the John Mosteller Memorial start-finish line. Pack, Squire, Atlas, Bud.
Just something special here as these 4 come down. Looking at a white flag down here in the lower corner. And he got it. Can't miss the Squire shop in that lane, too, with that cathedral arched wing that they've got. The silhouette is just so much different. Here's David Williams. He's painting the buoys, but he's painting the outside course markers. He's giving those guys just a ton of room. And you say, boy, what a sight for the eyes. It's not bad for the ears either.
Yeah, right now as they turn Tire Factory turn number 2, it looks like vying along with Atlas for that top spot, cutting it on the inside. Squire at number 2, and then in that inside lane, our first model Pack slowing down a little bit. I mean, these dash races are really short, guys, and so this backstretch here, I mean, this is it. If somebody's going to make a move, they need to surge ahead now.
Oh, the move on the inside. Look at the Pack gaining on the Atlas. Pack is going to force the tempo up the Griggs Ace Hardware backstretch as they get ready to dive into Shell Sun Market turn number 3.
I just don't think you can drive the competitive nature of the driver from them completely.
No doubt.
Oh, yeah? Is that what you got? Well, watch this.
David Williams on the outside is getting a little boat speed. Boy, for our Buffalo Brothers fans over there in turn number 4,
that's a picture.
Cameras are out.
That's a picture.
Coming right at you.
Right at you. Ah, so nice.
All right, bring them down the front stretch to the Mosteller Memorial start-finish line. Who's going to take the checkered flag? Pack, Squire, Atlas, Bud. Looks like Atlas with a little surge. And the Atlas.
The Atlas.
Budweiser, Pack, and Squire Shop.
You could tell Kip gave the Atlas a little squirt when he came off the corner, and all of a sudden the rooster tail jumped up a little bit on that boat in lane 3. And
what fun.
Yeah, what fun. And we heard David Williams talking earlier that he was going to go out and play with their toys on the river, and they just did. And we're going to see that a number of more times. But, boy, here they come right underneath me. But David is coming off the race course, and you'll see Chip go with him, or excuse me, you'll see Kip Brown go with him, the other 2 boats. And indeed, Mr. Hanauer is going to head off the race course, and now they're all going to go. Here goes the Pack. So all 4 boats will give each other plenty of room and head to that big right-hand sweeping turn that you were talking about,
yes,
Michael.
Turn number 5 from Summit Funding.
There you go. And first back, man, in this afternoon sun when they come in, this is just very, very cool.
Yeah, that was the photo op that everybody wanted, and they sure paid it off out there.
Well, if you ever go to any Mariners games and watch any Mariner games on TV, they always do the hydroplane race.
Yes, they do.
And I think somebody should superimpose some footage if you want to take that. Obviously, it's a fan favorite, but if you want to up your ante, you know, you got graphics, it's CGI. Put some of the classic hydro stuff together. You know, I mean,
It wouldn't be that difficult.
I don't think
it's
so.
All available.
I mean, seeing something like that, you know, there's so many boat race fans, you know, sports fans all across the Northwest that would just absolutely love to see something like that because it would be so out of the blue. They're always used to the green and red and the yellow boats, and it's like, okay, whatever. But if you put those on, now that is something that I think they could get behind. Just saying.
Special thanks to our friends for turn number 5 sponsorship, Summit Funding. The only right-handed turn is back to the Neil F. Lamson pits. Summit Funding, we're over 99% of people that are pre-approved and go under contract close on their homes. Offices in Kennewick here, and visit their website, summitfunding.com. And call Summit Funding for the first-time home buyer classes that are going on free with Washington State Housing Commission, and they also offer down payment assistance programs. Call Summit Funding for the details, 509-783-4593. We will take a timeout. More of our coverage. HAPO Columbia Cup continues on News Radio 610 KONA with the unlimited dash for cash scheduled for 5:05. It's on the way. 610 KONA, Kennewick, Richland, Pasco.
Yeah, that's what you said.
And on the Columbia River in the state of Washington, the Indianapolis 500 and Kentucky Derby of hydroplaning. Highlights of the 4-heat Gold Cup, the most sought-after prize in thunderboating.
This is the Columbia River, the scene of the 1975 Gold Cup. Hi, I'm Jim Hendrick. Here in Tri-Cities, Washington, it's the APBA Gold Cup, the most sought-after trophy in the history of powerboat racing. And here in the pits, it looks like a colorful carnival, but it's dead serious business. Over $1 million worth of equipment stands race ready. Here's your national defending champion being loaded into the water. The pride of Pay and Pat. Here's owner Bernie Little of Miss Budweiser talking to Mickey Riemann.
And the fire coming out of the exhaust stacks there really isn't that critical. It's sort of scary, but just keep your finger on the starter and your foot throttle depressed, and it'll suck that fire right into the combustion chamber.
Well, Bill, you're in this seat, so good luck. The Atlas Van Lines, and now Mickey Riemann starts to Miss Budweiser with a puff of smoke out of her Rolls-Royce engines and takes to the course, as does the pride of Pay and Pat. Roger Deep, who will race against his brother Tommy in this race, takes out the Miss Shenandoah, representing Tucson, Arizona, and Miami, Florida. Let's see who'll take the buoy line. It looks like it's going to be George Henley. He's tugging those buoys. Budweiser will go in lane 2, Atlas Van Lines in lane 3, Miss US in lane 4, followed on the outside by Oh Boy Alberto and the Miss Shenandoah. As they come down to the start, Bill Munsey's right up there, but the US goes across the line first on the outside. That is Tommy Deep from Detroit, Michigan. Here is a great shot. Slow motion. Bill Munsey on the inside in Atlas Van Lines, Tommy Deep on the outside in the Miss US. And it's Henley in the national defending champion taking the lead down the back chute before 1/2 a lap is over. And look out,
Shenandoah's got a problem, blowing an engine. He's put up a smoke screen. Oil is spilling out. And we've got a smoke screen as these boats at 170 mile an hour down that straightaway will have to fight the smoke screen. Tommy Deep has just won Miss U.S. Has to go down and pick up the buoy. That'll put the Atlas Van Lines now in second place. Look at the smoke come off the Shenandoah. He's really cooked an engine. And here comes our leader right through the fog, right in the daylight, not giving up. From Eatonville, Washington, George Henley driving the Pride of Pan Pac, looking for his first win today and 400 points. Here comes Miss Budweiser, Mickey Riemann. Looks like Mickey from our helicopter view has a problem. Yes, he digs his left sponson. He's broken something. He spinned earlier. That might have really caused a problem. He may even be in danger of sinking. That nose goes down. Mickey's going to get out of that cockpit quick. Take a look. Meanwhile, our leader coming down the front straightaway, 168 mile an hour on the scanner. He's bouncing around, but George Henley sticking his foot right in that accelerator. Mickey Riemann looks toward the referee, Bill Newton, and waves, "I'm okay, but I need immediate attention for my boat." Now the checker flag is out. So the Pride of Pan Pac will pick up 400 points. A great rivalry exists here today between George Henley, driver of the Pan Pac, and Weissfield's Billy Shoemaker, who's trying to outdo his former teammates.
Of course, I used to drive the Pan Pac, and that's one boat that I want to beat very badly. And of course, Herensberger has made sure that his crew and driver are pumped up enough to where they don't want me to win either. So there's a little bit extra in there. There's no question about it. The competition is going to be tough. They run hard in the first lap and probably even harder on the last lap. So it's going to be a tough race all the way through.
I think it's the truth.
You think it is?
Yeah. I mean, are you guys going to really be out there to shoot each other down?
Not to shoot each other down, just to end up out in front of each other.
Hey, it's a tremendous competition, and there's a lot of racing that takes place before the start of each race. You're trying to time your start perfectly, number one, but you're also trying to find a lane that's strategically sound in your interest as a result of watching all the boats qualifying all year long. So here's a whole bunch of boats with a great time start. And as they hit the line, it is the Weissfield, along with the Pan Pac, Miss U.S., Super Cinder, Hams Bear, and Sonny Jim. As they go into corner number one, George Henley has the Pride of Pan Pac out in front, but he's going to get a challenge this time, swinging wide to the outside, Miss U.S. with Tommy D. He's running a turbocharged Allison against the Rolls-Royce, but the Rolls-Royce is in a strong engine. It's a good competitive engine over a period of years, and it's the kind of thing that I'm not convinced the Allisons can really beat them. Well, I'll tell you one thing. We have a battle going on for second place, but our leader is really smooth down the front chute now to complete lap number one at over 118.421. And I believe, Bill, that'd be over 170 mile an hour. Yeah, but more... Oh, look out! The Pan Pac just grabbed the right non-trip and spun almost into the first corner. George Henley made a great recovery. He didn't miss that buoy. He didn't have to pick it up. He's able to get the boat back on plane and moving beautifully down that chute. You think he might have hurt his engine? You think he might have hurt his engine, Bill? Well, I don't know. You can take a little water there, and it looks like maybe, hey, the U.S. is coming on pretty strong going by. Maybe he's having a little minor malfunction at this point. Could he have loaded up and have a little time to clear out? That's possible. It'll take a chute to clean it up. Let's see if he does it. Okay, right now, Miss U.S. is out in front by about a half a boat length, as you can see, as they start down the front chutes where they can really honk on it. Now they get on the nitrous button, go from 100 to 170 mile an hour in about 6 seconds, and both boats are side by side. Look at those rooster tails. That's a thing of beauty here on the Columbia River, and they're just about side by side as they come down here now to complete lap number 4. Now you'll notice that Tom D on the right side of your screen is moving a little deeper in the corner, and in the meantime, Weissfield is moving up from backside, so it's going to be a tight race for first, second, and third. A lot of water being sprayed there on those turns as they really slide in. They go into a turn about 140 mile an hour and come out about 100, then have to get on that nitrous button, which actually explodes that engine into power. Tommy Deep is getting a good ride, trying to catch the Pride of Pan Pac, but I don't know if he'll do it this day, Bill. Right now, we still have that side-by-side battle with Miss U.S. on the outside. On the tight buoy line is your defending national champion, the Pride of Pan Pac, and what a race they're giving the fans here today. Hey, only about 10 foot apart, Bill. That's close. These two pounds are running side-by-side beautifully. They're running strong. They're running fast. They're accelerating beautifully. They're throwing rooster tails a mile high. This competition is one of the closest we've had all day long. And we're now on the final lap. As the green flag has gone out to signify one more lap, and our leader by about about a boat length at this point, running outside. Tommy D, the Miss US. But I noticed something, Bill. On the inside boat, the Pride of Pan Pac, it looks like your stabilizing ring on the back. The boat on the inside there on our picture, it looks like it's loose.
Oh, it certainly is slowing him down, and the Miss US is back off a little bit. He went in a little too hard and a little too deep and isn't going to come off quite quickly enough. But your winner is going to be the Pride of Pan Pac.
Miss US is second, Weisfield third, and that's what you call coming home on a wing and a prayer, Bill.
Yeah, there's structural damage to that vertical stabilizer, and that had to be scary for George Henley. It's a frightening, a scary feeling, that's all. There's going to take a lot of hustle from that pit crew and the Pan Pac to keep that boat in competition now. They're the unsung heroes. Without question, they can perform a miracle if you'll just give them a chance to do it, and I'm sure if there's ever an inclination, this in the Pan Pac crew would be the right time and place.
We have changed engines and are preparing for the final just like it was a fresh first heat. I don't know just how awful hard we're going to run in this last heat because the Gold Cup is a big one.
One of the most beautiful pictures in racing. A long, hard day of racing. Sun setting on the Columbia River. 6 unlimited hydroplanes flying to the starting line for the start of the final heat of Gold Cup competition, Jim. And this is going to be a barn burner.
This is for all the marbles, Bill. Hemisphere on the inside. Miss US in the second lane. Pan Pac to the third lane. Flanked by Berners, Lincoln Thrift, and Super Cinder. And it's Miss US with Tommy D bouncing wildly out of the pack and taking the lead into the first corner. Bill, the only way that the Miss US can win not only this heat but the entire race is to hope that the Pride of Pan Pac has a malfunction in the engine room.
And they know from a prayerful point of view there's just no chance that that Pan Pac sitting back there in third following this Lincoln Thrift is going to jeopardize their opportunity to win. They did a lot of racing in the preliminary heat. They gained 1,200 points going into the final. They're in a great strategic position right on the way to the bank.
Here is our leader with 1,200 points and trying to maintain third slot for the overall points accumulation.
It does look as though that is exactly the way it's going to be finished. They've had consistent performance out of the Pan Pac. You've had some moments of sporadic brilliance with the U.S. and the Lincoln Thrift, but the winner looks to me it's going to be Pan Pac down tonight.
That's right. It'll be the Miss U.S. with a checker flag for the victory in the final heat. But your overall winner on points accumulation will be George Henley in the Pride of Pan Pac. And Bill, as a 5-time winner of this great Gold Cup, you have to best know what this driver, George Henley, is experiencing right now.
It's got to be the ultimate in excitement. You know, you can get worldwide and socially broadcast and have some exciting things happen to you in life, but there's just nothing like the feeling of winning a Gold Cup race. And I'm sure George can describe it.
Well, a very excited crew here. Don't slip off there. Here is Dave Herensberger, the owner of the Pride of Pan Pac. Oh, watch out. Where's that champagne going? I don't know. Might go in the drink to win. Hey, here's the winning driver, George Henley. You got a smiling George. You did it again.
Oh, man. It makes unretiring worthwhile.
George Henley wins the Gold Cup, and the Pan Pac is the national champion for the 3rd straight year. Jim Hendrick along with Bill Muncie in Tri-Cities, Washington.
Miss Beacon Plumbing.
At the far end of the dock, U9.
Goodman Real Estate, Jeff Bernard. Now, there is...
No, the U9 that will...
Oh, I'm sorry, Lynx Healthcare.
Lynx Healthcare presents the Miss Tri-Cities, J. Michael Kelly. So you're going to have Bernard, Shane, Vilwalk, and Kelly.
Jamie Nielsen will not come out in the Miss Jokers Casino?
No, they're done for the day.
For the day, that's what we thought.
Yeah, they're not going to come. I think the boat that could have come that is not coming is the 3. Unless... No, they're not coming.
Okay.
Well, now, wait a minute. Is there a sling laying on the top of that? No, these cranes aren't moving, so if they were coming, they would be...
They'd be on the way.
They'd be slinged up and on the way.
So 5:05 is our scheduled 5 to the 5 or 5-minute gun, I believe. We'll get that clarified here in just a minute.
It's 4:55 currently.
Yeah, so our countdown is underway.
I'm going to leave the pit area now and I'll walk up and be able to get on my perch where I call from and make sure I get a good view of this. We're going to have our first H1 racing. And you know me, Michael McDonald, I am a huge fan of this Dash for Cash thing. I love this thing. I've always said on Friday afternoon somebody can maybe get off work a little bit early and they can come down here, get into the park and get their boat race weekend started with 4 or 5 boats going side by side on the Columbia. Doesn't get much better than that, and they go home and they are all jacked up and ready to go racing. And if that sounds like I was describing me, yeah, that kind of works too. I'm ready to watch this.
So 4 boats will come out for our Dash for Cash, and then we will follow that up with the Grand Prix Dash for Cash.
Yeah, they had the Grand Prix in the water, and they've actually pulled a couple of them out.
Yeah, so there was a situation with the vintage boats and the Grand Prix boats, and there was a wake issue. It was a little bit too rough. And then the congestion.
And there's a timing issue.
And the cranes. So there's a number of different logistical things and limitations because you've got to get all the boats in and out of the water.
And I think the other piece to the puzzle was they have a hard start time.
Correct.
For the Dash for Cash. It's got to go at 5:05. It's got to go at 5:05. They were afraid they didn't have enough time to run the GP dash, so they pulled a couple of the GPs out of the water. They've got the Unlimiteds in, ready to go, and my understanding is they are to hit the start-finish line at 5:05. We'll see how close they hit.
So our countdown is on the way. Dash for Cash, Jeff Bernard, and the 91 Goodman Real Estate. The 9 Lynx Healthcare presents Miss Tri-Cities with J. Michael Kelly, Jimmy Shane in the 1, Miss Home Street, and the 40, Miss Beacon Plumbing with Dave Vilwalk. There was the opportunity for Jamie Nielsen and the Miss Joker's Casino to come out, but they had the engine mount issue on the 11, and they're still working on that. I would suggest that they probably did finish it and just don't want to go out yet. They'd rather wait until a testing period in the morning.
Well, they've been having issues with it the entire season, and they thought they had it finally fixed until it reared its ugly head again. So best just to chalk it up to, well, let's get it fixed for good. And they've promised they will be back tomorrow. The Joker's boat will be in action tomorrow and Sunday.
Coming up tomorrow, the park will open at 8 a.m. Inboard testing starts at 8. Scheduled for 8:50 with a question mark is the E350 Hydroplane Heat 3.
So that's still up in the air?
Well, we'll find out. It seems like their schedule's been in a little bit of a flux.
Right.
At 9 a.m., the H1 Unlimited Hydroplane testing will begin, and that will stay open until about 11. So plenty of time for teams to get out and do some tinkering if they want to try new combinations, new setups. And obviously check out some of the repairs and things that they've been working on, especially with Jamie Nielsen. The 11, Joker's Casino, the 3, Griggs Ace Hardware. They put in the new engine. They want to get it back out. They obviously had a couple of laps and turned to 157 in the qualifying period, but they have more to prove with that engine to know, so Jimmy feels comfortable with it when they get to heat racing later in the day.
I think it's set up, the weekend is, for a lot of exciting racing, because if some of the teams can find just an extra mile an hour or 2 lap speed, that'll put them right where the front runners are going. I mean, you only have about 5 miles an hour difference between 3 or 4 boats. So, you know, it's a packed field, and nobody is like head and shoulders above the others. It's going to be some, and like you said, way earlier today to start the whole broadcast, it's all about points. Minimize your mistakes. It's very important to run clean. That's N2 violations. That's just making sure that you bring the boat back to the dock with as little damage as possible.
Yeah.
It's going to pick
and
up
as many points as possible.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just like, say, basketball or football. You know, limit your turnovers, limit your penalties, that sort of thing.
Exactly.
And get as many points as you possibly can.
So I think there's some speed still out there. I think they're going to do some tinkering overnight, and it'll be very interesting in the morning to see if somebody can pick up a couple of miles an hour.
But it's a different setup when you go to racing. It's just a different type of a boat that you want to have, because you'll be in, you know, maybe you'll be in lane number 2, stuck in the tunnel between 2 boats on your left, 1 on your right. So you've got to have that boat that handles in that kind of traffic.
Right.
And that is completely different than what we've seen for the qualifying.
So do you think...
Guys, coming up on 5 seconds to the 5, and our boats are being tipped out. Sorry to jump in on that.
No, that's perfect.
But we're coming. The noses are all tipping out. This is like I'll say on Sunday afternoon. You guys know I love this shot. Here comes 4 beautiful hydroplanes away from the dock. First out, the U40, the Beacon Plumbing with Dave Vilwalk. Right behind him is going to be J. Michael Kelly driving the U9. The Lynx Healthcare presents the Miss Tri-Cities. Then it's Jimmy Shane away from the dock, and the U1, the Miss Home Street. And now coming away from the dock, the U91, the black and gold Goodman Real Estate with Jeff Bernard. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're 4 minutes. 4 minutes and 30 seconds to the start.
And a reminder, all swimmers, hydroplanes are out on the river. You need to be up on the shore. All swimmers, please, out of the river.
So now, what's the different setup of the boats that are participating in the Dash for Cash? How much tinkering do you think the teams have done to offset the testing and the qualifying as to now we're actually doing some racing?
Brad, answer not very much.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Any change to a race setup between qualifying and now for this dash?
Yeah, probably, because sometimes they'll put a real thin propeller on the boat to try and qualify. This would be the one thing I would really think they would change. And what they say about very, very thin propellers is they're very, very fast, but they won't last. And nobody wants to risk throwing a propeller. They don't want to do any damage. Nobody wants to be thrashing tonight, pulling a boat together. And they can use this as a test session as well. If they've got another combination they didn't get to run earlier in the day, they can come out here and test it now. And they get to test it during semi-race conditions. You've got 3 other boats out there with you. So they're going to use it to test whatever they want, but they're also going to put on a good show. And Tri-Cities, this entire community, our boat race weekend is upon us, and it's time to kick it off with a little bit of racing, albeit the Dash for Cash style. We're going to get 4 H1 Unlimited side by side. It's going to be fun. I love it.
Hydro Cities, let's go Dash for Cash this afternoon.
Like it. Hydro Cities, let's do it.
91 Goodman on the inside with Bernard as they head down the front stretch. Right next to him, out on his right-hand side, is the Lynx Healthcare presents Miss Tri-Cities with J. Michael Kelly, the 9. On the back stretch, that's Dave Vilwalk in the 40. Beacon Plumbing heading up to Shell Sun Market, turn number 3. And now we see Jimmy Shane heading in Tire Factory, turn number 2, over towards Derek.
Yeah, now this group of 3 here moving along. Of course, Vilwalk, the lone one out, now back entering turn 4 here. These other 3 along the back stretch, and you can feel the energy mounting here. We've started to get, as those folks have started to get out of work, they want to catch this dash action here at the end. It's looking good.
Yeah, good point. Watch out on the Blue Bridge if you're traveling south on 395. Keep your eyes ahead of you, not to the side.
And I love the fact that this is going to be a gimme as far as the start is concerned. This one is an absolute free one, so take your best shot, find a place on the side of the shore, line it up, and just try to hit that line at full speed. You know, obviously, if you can nail it this time, that bodes well for later on in the weekend. So I look for somebody to try to nail this start, and if they don't, well, no harm, no foul, I guess.
No harm, no foul. Coming up on 1:45, 1 minute 45 seconds to the start. You don't want to cross the start-finish line. My unofficial timing marks, you want to cross that start-finish line inside of 2 minutes.
Dave Vilwalk cuts across the Esco Electric infield to the front stretch to rejoin the field, heading across the Mosteller start-finish line. Goodman Real Estate in lane 1, Bernard. J. Michael Kelly, lane 2 in the Lynx Healthcare Miss Tri-Cities. Looks like lane 3 will be Jimmy Shane in the home street, and lane number 4 on the outside, the 40, with Dave Vilwalk heading down into All Doors Incorporated, turn number 1.
That's exactly what it is. It's Bernard on the inside and the Goodman Real Estate. Then you got the Lynx Healthcare Tri-Cities in 2. 3 will be Jimmy Shane in the home street. Dave Vilwalk on the outside. Derek right in front of you as we approach 54 seconds.
Oh, yeah, action intensity here as Vilwalk really guns that throttle, working to close the gap now here, and everybody more or less lined up and ready to rock and roll here as they hit this backstretch along the Griggs backstretch, heading in now to Sun Pacific Energy turn 3.
Yeah, that's the spot on the course where you start to see who's going to accelerate first. It's all about the timing mark and when you want to hit the throttle.
Coming up on 25 seconds mark.
They're going to be short.
They're at a good spot out there.
I don't know. I think they're going to. I think it's going to go. I don't think they're going to hit it on the mark. There's still plenty to go.
Apex between 3 and 4. They'll be at 10 seconds at the exit pin onto the front stretch. What a beautiful sight. Bernard, lane 1. J. Michael Kelly, lane 2.
3.
Jimmy Shane in lane 3. 1. Dave Vilwalk, lane 4. It is a clean start from our vantage point, and here they come down the front stretch. Inside, Bernard takes the lead, coming down into All Doors Incorporated, lane number 1 into turn number 1. Vilwalk, though, with boat speed on the outside.
Yeah, Vilwalk's got a lot of speed on the outside. He really was flying the boat. Now watch him, Derek. They're going to leave a lot of room for each other.
Oh, yeah, and Vilwalk coming wide here, as you mentioned, that room. He cuts it outside. Now cutting back real inside, hugging that lane. He's going to make a run here along this Griggs backstretch, challenge for first place.
Yeah, Kelly lost power coming out of the corner.
Yeah, did he get trapped in the tunnel?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I mean, I mentioned to Derek when they got there, I said they're giving everybody a lot of lane space, and that's what this Dash for Cash is. Nobody wants to tighten it up real tight, so I find that hard to believe, but who knows what happened to him up there. Good-looking sight up there. Watch Dave on the outside.
J. Michael Kelly had lost power, but boy, he is really hitting it hard to get back up with the field. Your leader is Bernard onto the front stretch. Second place at Vilwalk, Shane in third. And Vilwalk's got a ton of air underneath the Beacon Plumbing. Look at him come down the front stretch.
Oh, he's reeling him in.
Yeah, this is really a good run down here for Davies. Way out in lane number 6. Picking up the left and the right spots and dancing on it. Bernard's here first, but it's Dave Vilwalk and the Beacon Plumbing right with him, Derek.
Yeah, Bernard and Vilwalk now going toe-to-toe. But don't forget about Shane, who cuts it close here on this turn. He's making a case for himself in that number 3 spot, followed by J. Michael Kelly in the Mist Tri-Cities, again lagging behind now a little bit more as they enter that Griggs backstretch.
Yeah, the battle for second place on the Griggs backstretch is Jimmy Shane has taken over second place from Jeff Bernard. J. Michael Kelly's trying to catch up. He's in 4th place, about a half a rooster tail behind the 3rd place boat with Jeff Bernard, the Goodman Real Estate, into the top end turn on the outside. That's where you find the boat speed, and that's where you find Dave Vilwalk in the Beacon Plumbing. But Jimmy Shane is going to challenge as they get to the exit pin of turn number 4. Bernard had the short course around. We've got 3 boats now, deck to deck to deck. Bernard on the inside, then Shane, then Vilwalk. Vilwalk's going to take the lead with 1 lap to go coming down the front stretch. And here's the duel you want to see, and we'll see it again in Heat 1B tomorrow. Vilwalk on the outside, Shane on the inside.
Too long for this one. They are side by side and dead even. It's Vilwalk by about length coming to Derek.
Yeah, just about that boat length here, but we'll see if Jimmy Shane can cut that here on this turn. It looks like they're now deck to deck, neck to neck, coming now, entering that Griggs back stretch with 2 boats lagging behind.
Yeah, the race is out front, and now there's a battle for 3rd, and J. Michael Kelly is passing Jeff Bernard in the Goodman Real Estate for 3rd place. But right now, it's Shane on the inside, Vilwalk on the outside as they head into Sun Pacific Energy Shell Sun Market, turn number 3. Water off the rooster tail, off the skid fin. Here they come at the apex. They are deck to deck. Vilwalk is going to send it way out wide, and Jimmy Shane had a much smoother turn to the inside. It's going to be Jimmy Shane with the lead onto the front stretch as we head to the checkered flag. It is out, and it's Jimmy Shane taking the dash for cash in the home street. 2nd place for Vilwalk. Bernard, that is, comes in 3rd. J. Michael Kelly had fallen back again, and he'll finish in 4th place in the 9. Lynx Healthcare presents Miss Tri-Cities.
Just a sample of what's to come, Tri-Cities. Heck of a boat race. Heck of a boat race.
That is just a sample of what's going to come. Michael, I'm sorry I didn't mean to trample on you coming down that straightaway the last time.
Boy, that was fun.
That was fun. And do I need to go back and explain again why I love the dash for cash? I'm ready to go racing. Can we just crank up tomorrow morning and let's do this now?
Yeah, that's the appetizer as we get ready for the full menu tomorrow.
Are you surprised that Vilwalk carried as much boat speed as far wide as he was going? I mean, he only lost the lead on the last lap because he went way wide.
Well, yeah, I was a little bit because we saw it the first time they came down for the start. He had just a boatload of speed, and he really was picking up that outside spots, and he was flying the boat. He had a great boat ride. And it gave he and Jimmy a chance to measure themselves a little bit. JMK as well.
And Dave Vilwalk took a little extra parade lap and then came across the ESCO electric infield.
And
interesting.
Here comes Dave. He'll give the cameras and the people an opportunity.
He puts on a show, doesn't he?
He does put on a show, and a good race. Good race there, and like I said, it gives Tri-Cities, Hydro City, Hydro Town, USA. It's their appetite whet for when we go racing for when it really counts tomorrow.
And Derek Maselli, Tire Factory turn number 2. There's nothing like it up in the lift when the boats come around. All Doors Incorporated turn 1 into Tire Factory turn 2. They're coming right at you.
Oh, that they are. It's almost the perfect angle, as I think it's kind of become the preferred spot.
Yep.
I don't know if it's due to the shade the lift provides or what, but definitely some folks around here taking advantage of this same angle of view here, that same angle of attack that I've got.
Derek, when they were coming into turn 2, how close to that outside marker was Mr. Vilwalk?
Very. Was the answer.
He was tight,
very close. I would say probably within 2 to 3 feet, just by my estimate. He was cutting it close, but again, that boat speed making up for it. We know that he and Shane had 2 of the faster qualifying times. We know that they've got that competitive rivalry, and they certainly showed that off, even just in a race as concise as the dash.
Fun one to watch, and we still have GP boats yet to come, thanks to Local 598 Plumbers and Steam Fitters and their signatory contractors. What fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a great weekend. There's going to be a lot of really close racing, and especially when they start to get the extra chop. That's always a big-time factor. I mean, I know we're fast-forwarding way ahead with the 5-lap final. Boy, by laps 3, 4, and 5, if there's any close racing, I really think the chop is going to be the deciding factor. So we're just getting started. It's what a weekend.
The one thing I noticed, it was lap number 2, and it was when the two boats on the outside were challenging. It was the wind shifted, and they were actually heading downstream, and the wind was more coming from that direction towards them, and that's kind of opposite of what we've had all day. I wonder if they noticed that too when they were heading that way, because that would cause you to work the canard a little bit more to keep the downforce.
Exactly. And when Vilwalk's coming off the corner, and not only is there a bunch of air under the right sponson, but you don't see a lot of action under the left. I mean, he was gunning it.
Yeah.
I mean, it may be a dash for cash, and it may, as far as the points are concerned, not accumulation, but you just can't stamp down that competitive Jones, man.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
Yeah, I think it's hard for them to simulate racing.
Exactly. And the fans, in fact, I think one of the reasons why he swung it out so wide is because there's nothing like being on either side of the Columbia River, Benton County, Franklin County, and seeing these gorgeous boats getting that close to the outside marker. I think that's just a thrill for the fans.
Saying hello to the Buffalo Brothers crew up in turn 4.
And those Buffalo Brothers.
Yep.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. That's their definition. Well done, Double Bs.
Yeah, they've got it going on. So we will head back to the Neil F. Lamson pits and check in with our pit crew and see if we can get, maybe some comments from our winner, Jimmy Shane. Dave Vilwalk, second place finish. Jeff Bernard finishes in third, and a fourth place finish for the 9 with J. Michael Kelly.
And honestly, I do not see Glenn Vaughan here. I'm thinking Glenn might be down there on the unlimited dock where the boats are making their way back to the dock, and we're only...
Yeah, I'm down here, guys.
Go ahead.
We're just waiting for Jimmy to get out of the boat. So
okay.
As soon as he's out and on the dock, we'll have a chance to talk to him.
Absolutely perfect.
Perfect. Jump in when you got him. In the meantime, I'll admit it, I'm hanging out in a little bit of shade here.
As well you should. Yeah. It's kind of the key. Like Kurt was mentioning, it's the marathon,
Yep.
We are not going to do any sprinting.
And we've got our Grand Prix hydroplanes going into the water.
So the crane operators are the busy people.
They are very busy.
Are there air-conditioned cranes?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good.
Better be.
Good.
Yeah, but they're working
hard. You better
hard.
be, is right.
They're working hard. And it's demanding for them because there's always something to move, whether it's an engine, whether it's the boat. There's all kinds of activities they're involved in with those cranes down there, aside from getting boats in and out of the water.
It really is a Herculean task, and frankly, we make it look easy. There's a reason why that Tri-Cities course wins a lot as far as best presentation for hydroplane racing. They just seem to have it dialed in, and better and better every year. I can't wait for tomorrow, Over the River Air Show. We got action all day long. It's a place to be down by the Columbia, for sure.
So coming up in our dash for the GPs, we'll have the 79 Atomic Screen Printing presents Bad Influence with Jeff Bernard. Ed Preston.
Hey, Michael.
Go right ahead.
Hey, Jimmy Shane just got out of the boat. Congratulations on winning the dash for cash. Wrapping up day number 1 with the win like that, what does that mean for you and your team?
Oh, it's great for the Miss Home Street. I mean, it showed that the boat's still running at top performance. A little bit of a shame there what happened in the final corner. I mean, the 40 boat just came from all the way on the outside and ran right into the side of us, and I had nowhere for Mike to go in that last corner. But we'll have to do something about that. We can't continue to get hit by other boats, especially the same driver over and over again, year after year after year. So something will happen. I'm just happy that the boat's not in worse shape and that all the drivers are safe. But it's just to a point now where it's just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah.
So there is damage done to the water?
Yeah. I mean, when two boats touch, there's definitely going to be damage. And unfortunately, I almost had to take out my buddy, J. Michael, because I had nowhere to go because there's a big orange boat running into the side of me. So it was supposed to be a really good show. We're supposed to give each other lots of room.
somebody just doesn't get that idea and that picture in their mind, and it's unfortunate, but it was a great show for the fans, so at least they'll appreciate the hard racing that we had to do.
It was a great show for the fans. For you and your team, what sort of tune-up is this to wrap up day one and get ready for some good heats tomorrow?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I think we showed that we can handle majority of the field here with our speed. There's definitely one boat that's going to be right there with us on speed all weekend long, so as long as we can stay out of trouble, I think we're going to be in really good shape this weekend in Tri-Cities.
All right, Jimmy, thanks so much for the time.
Much. Appreciate it.
Well, that sheds a new light on what happened in turn number 4.
Sure does.
Yeah, guys.
Them's fighting words.
Yes.
You know, guys, when I got down here, it was pretty contentious down here. There was a lot of people who were kind of, let's say, agitated. Let's just say that they're agitated. And I kept hearing the phrasing, this is a demonstration. This is something for the fans. So it's not just the temperatures that are hot down here. So it'll be interesting to see what that means for day number 2.
Yeah, well, that explains why Vilwalk went so far out. If there had been an issue farther in, that sent him farther out.
I don't. This is interesting.
Yeah.
It's
obviously we don't have the overhead look, or we'd be able to comment
I'd
further.
like to know how much damage was done to Mr. Shane's boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wish I could share a little more insight from over here on turn 2. You'd think I'd have a good vantage point at that, but just the way that it happened and so fast and so minor, obviously when you're going so quick, even those small things add up. So not a whole lot to tell from an eye. We'll have to get some slow motion replay at some point.
Yeah, and they do have drone footage from above each corner, so maybe we'll get an opportunity to see exactly what occurred.
Well, it sounds like in the nature of the agitation in his voice, it's kind of coming to a breaking point.
Well, and yeah, this is not the first time.
That's it.
As Jimmy made the comment, and Glenn, if you're down there and still down there,
I am.
I'd be interested to see what the right side of the home street looks like, and perhaps what the left side of the Beacon Plumbing looks like, and see if there's visible.
All right, I will go check that out.
The
I need some sleuth music.
The investigation continues.
Yeah.
With our American Radiator pit reporters. Well,
that's too bad.
Yeah.
We were just about to make the comment that, okay, our H1 Unlimited fleet is going to be able to put their boats on the trailers tonight. Nobody's really going to have to thrash. I think they just have to let some things set on the U11, the Joker's Casino. So we were kind of hoping nobody had a lot of work to do tonight, but it sounds like there's a couple teams there that may have some mic they have to do.
And do we have a countdown yet for our GPs getting there?
Not that I have heard, although
I think I just heard 30 to the 5.
Yeah, I think we're getting there. I think we're 30 to the 5. We're going to, that sounds good. There's guys are stepping off of the boats. The umbrellas are coming off.
All a good sign for the GPs to come out.
3, 2, 1.
Mark. All right, so let's set our field for our GP boats. There'll be Kurt Anderson in the 10, the Charger, also known as the Freak, with Pistoresi Trucking presents. The 12, Austin Ekrit, Plumbers and Steamfitters, Local 598, presents Ice Harbor Brewery. The 15 with Greg Hopp, Overturf, Volkswagen, Kia, Pump Tech, and ADS Window Film. At Preston in the 20, Trust Company presents Gigot Homes, and Jeff Bernard in the 79 Atomic Screen Printing presents Bad Influence. And Jeff Bernard went out and now is headed back towards the pits in his bright orange GP boat.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye here on Jeff Bernard. He is coming back. Mike Grindell, boat owner and radio man here for Jeff Bernard. He started out, and I thought maybe he was going to step off the tower, but he's not leaving yet. So they may try and do something very quick and spin him around in a hurry. But we'll keep an eye on that. I've got a watch coming up here right now. We're 3 minutes and 42 seconds from the start. Jeff is back at the dock now. Nobody's hopped on the deck just yet. We also have, we've also got the 10. Pistoresi Trucking presents the Charger, and Kent Henderson, he's dead just off the dock. Here comes Ed Preston, and here comes Jeff Bernard.
So Bernard back to the dock and then back out onto the river. In the 79, Atomic Screen Printing presents Bad Influence.
Oh, and he is roaring over here toward Tire Factory, turn number 2, coming out of the pits. So, I don't know, another parade route, a little scenic warm-up lap, hard to tell, but looks like he's ready to go now.
Yeah, that was very quick. I was watching some of the other boats. I didn't even see it. But he is back out now where you're only waiting for Ken Henderson. And the Charger, a.k.a. the Freight, they're presented by Mr. EC Trucking. And they are dead in the water, and there are no signs of life right now in that boat that is owned by Dean Rojas, the president of Grand Prix America. Look at it, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, 2:30.
So on the backstretch, the bright orange boat is Jeff Bernard in the 79. Then a little bit farther down in the middle of the backstretch, you can see the yellow boat, the 15 with Greg Hop. That's on the inside. On the outside is Ed Preston in the 20, Trust Company. And then coming up behind them is the 12 with Austin Egret, the Ice Harbor Brewery Local 598 boat. Bernard's coming down the front stretch by himself. The other 3 are now heading into turn number 2 at the top end of the course. Again, 2 corners on our GP and E350, 4 corners on the Unlimited Super Speedway here at Tri-Cities.
Think they'll make it around one more time?
And Preston will lead the 3 boats on the front stretch down into turn number 1. On the inside, Egret, Hop in 2, Preston in 3, and then you've got Bernard all the way at the top end of the course, full throttle coming off the exit pin of turn number 2 onto the front stretch, trying to catch the field.
Getting a little tight there around Tire Factory, turn number 2, though. But now we're starting to see, as foretold, everybody lines up here along this backstretch. This is where we're going to start to see some moves.
Derek, you got a much better look at turn 1 down here. So when Michael brings them down, want to pick them up when they come to you. You're a lot closer to them than I am. 25 seconds.
So Bernard on the inside in the Bad Influence Atomic Screen Printing in lane number 1. Egret in 2. Hop in 3. Preston outside in 4. Preston has fallen back at the start. And it looks like it was a clean start. Down the front stretch, the leader's Bernard. And it is a good start.
Influence, but a good start indeed as he hugs that turn real close now. One boat there in hot pursuit, though. It appears to be awesome Austin Egret in that GP12, following about a boat length or so behind as now they hit the back stretch.
Really smooth run for Jeff Bernard, and remember, he circled back to the pits and then went back out onto the race course. Bernard dives into turn number 2. Ready to complete lap number 1 in our 3-lap dash for the GPs. Presented by Local 598, Plumbers and Steam Fitters. Egret in the 12 in second place. He's within half a rooster tail of Bernard, the race leader. Hop is falling back about a rooster tail and a half now for the race leaders as they head into turn number 1.
Yeah, a little bit wider now on this turn again. Still only about a rooster tail or half a rooster tail behind right now. Bernard able to maintain that position, but here it looks like Egret closing ground as they enter the Griggs backstretch. Meanwhile, still trailing in 3rd place.
And Preston is having trouble completing his first lap coming down the front stretch. He's still under power, but he's really losing power down that front stretch. Back to the race leader. It's Bernard. Bernard by a half a rooster tail as they get to the exit pin of turn number 2 onto the front stretch. Bernard still a rooster tail ahead, and boy did he get light coming down the front stretch. He had to back off the throttle, and Egret is catching up in lane number 2.
Wow, they are flying right now. As we will see, it looks like Trust Company and Miss Argo Homestead by Preston going to actually exit the track.
They are deck to deck heading up the backstretch, but Bernard has the power to pull away on the Griggs Ace Hardware backstretch. Egret is in second place, and he's edging back up with him. Egret's going to take the lead as they head into turn number 2. Egret on the outside, now a 2-boat length lead, but it's a shorter course on the inside for Bernard. But look at that boat speed on the outside. Egret's going to challenge as they head to the checkered flag. Bernard's going to get the win, but Egret is right there.
That's a boat race.
That's why you come.
That's why you come. Wasn't that fun?
The only problem was Ed Preston did not get to finish. Hop is going to come across the start-finish line now, and they may be one of those teams that will be working tonight in the pits, because you can hear they've got some issues to deal with. As they all head to Summit Funding turn number 5, the only right-hand turn that takes you back to the Lamson pits. Egret really challenged Derek on that last lap up the Griggs Ace Hardware backstretch. That was unbelievable.
Oh, that he did, and he had been close for most of the race, and that's really how you want to keep it, right? Within about half a rooster tail's length, pretty much from the get-go, closing it, actually taking that 2-boat lead, coming back into the front stretch in that final lap, and then ultimately, though, they go deck to deck, neck and neck down the line. May the best driver and best boat win, and that's what you hope to see in every one of these races.
And Jeff Bernard taking a little victory parade lap. He's popped his top to get a little airflow into the cockpit.
Well, we've seen a course record. We've seen a little rubbing and racing. We've seen an upside-down helicopter.
Wow.
We've seen vintage flights, which always bring out the goose pimples.
Yes.
And we're just getting warmed up.
There's so much more to come. Heat 1B tomorrow.
Oh, I think there's going to be a little...
Do you think so?
I mean, you know, you heard it in Jimmy Shane's voice. I guess, can I go back to that for a second?
Yeah.
Is there a specific incident, or is it an accumulation
it's a cumulative
of
effect.
Things over the course of
decades?
Time? Okay, decades. That'll work, too. That'll work. Decades to decades racing. Is that what it is? Okay.
Just incredible.
All right. I can't wait for an encore tomorrow.
So much more to come tonight with the Gravis Law Rooster Tail wrap-up.
Stop.
So it looks like we may head back down to the pits and get an interview with Jeff Bernard. He took that victory lap, though, and it may be hard. Austin Egret would be a good get as well. Of course, Ed Preston had some technical issues and headed back to the Lamson pits early. Hop didn't sound like the 15 was running as well as they would like to for the local sponsor, Overturf, Volkswagen, Kia.
But it's always so interesting with Greg Hop. It doesn't matter what happens on Friday or Saturday. Usually
Sunday he's there.
You're calling the name Greg Hop on a winter Sunday. So he'll be there. The racing is going to be tight, right, and out of sight the entire weekend, guaranteed.
Hey, guys, I just thought I'd ask a question. We were talking earlier in the day about the nickname of Austin Egret. You like that? Awesome name? I tell you, that kid can drive. He is something special, and that boat's quick. So I think it's going to be fun, not only in the H1 class, our 350s. We're going to have a 5th boat ready to go. And clearly, our GPs are going to put on a show tomorrow. This is going to be good. So fans, come on down tomorrow. We go racing for real, and it's going to be good.
Special thanks on our broadcast today to Farmers Exchange. Title sponsor, Ready, Set, Mow is underway. How's your mowing going? Time for a new Toro, Husqvarna, or Gravely. They're in stock and ready for free delivery in the Tri-Cities. And they have a complete power equipment parts and service center to make sure you make it to the finish line. 215 West Canal Drive, historic downtown Kennewick, and mowerhome.com. It's Farmers Exchange. Rooster Tail wrap-up is coming up in a moment. Are we going to grab Austin?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll stand by and head down to the pits shortly.
With Austin Egret.
Oh, good.
Second place in one hell of a race, if you don't mind my French. Talk to us about that final lap.
Oh, thank you. No, that was a phenomenal race. You know, it was me and Jeff pretty much the whole time, and I was right on his hip, and it seemed like we were running pretty much the same exact speed the entire time. So I knew pretty much if any of us have a hiccup, we're going to be able to, you know, capitalize on it. And sure enough, there on that last lap, I saw Jeff sort of fall into a little bit of a hole. I was digging. I was trying. I was coming, but didn't quite get it.
When you're competing with somebody like that so equally, and you know whoever makes the first mistake is going to come in second, what does that do for the race? What does that do for you as a racer, knowing that, hey, you can't make one simple mistake?
Yeah, no, it's it just comes down to that. I mean, we're all so equally leveled, you know, sorry, I can't talk. The playing ground is so level that it does come down to that, you know. And so, no, it was a great race. Me and Jeff have always had great races, even in our smaller classes. So it was kind of expected.
So what does this mean for you and for your team? Is you look to taking the number 12 into tomorrow's action?
Oh, absolutely. So we're going to look into everything, make sure everything's good. You know, honestly, it felt like everything was to snuff, you know. We're going to look at it, see if there's anything that we could find anywhere. But we got a few things to sort of pull out from underneath our sleeve, and I think it's going to be great. So, but number one thing, I have to thank the local 598 and then the Ice Harbor Brewery. Those guys killed it. They allowed us to actually make it out here and race, and no, they're phenomenal people, phenomenal.
All right, Austin, congratulations on a great race, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Great, thank you.
Austin Eckert.
Thank you. And is Jeff Bernard back yet?
I don't see him.
He's back. He's back. His boat is on the sling.
So he's hiding somewhere.
Hiding somewhere. Let's go find him. We
Perfect.
ought to be able to find this guy. Yeah,
Special thanks on our broadcast today, Bunch Finnegan Appliance, along with Esco Electric, Shell Sun Market Stores, All Doors Incorporated, Friends at Tire Factory, along with White's Finished Furniture and Hardwoods, Griggs Ace Hardware. Thanks for everything that you do. Weather forecast for tonight, calling for mostly clear conditions and light winds expected, 5 to 10 miles per hour, overnight low in the mid-70s. And then for tomorrow and Sunday, highs of 110 and maybe 112, it sounds like now on Sunday. And a chance late Sunday that we have a thunderstorm push up from the south. Central Oregon certainly will have some. Whether it pushes far enough north for us to get any is yet to be seen. Weather update thanks to Anderson and Zentz Dental. They love to help you smile. Build a better smile. Full family dentistry, now offering the facial